Good evening, members. Can everybody hear me? You're supposed to say yes. Thank you. Thank you. That's the first hurdle. Yes, good evening, members and members of the public and the press attending full council meeting, BCP Council, and it's the 15th of October 2024. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as Chairman of BCP Council, I shall be chairing the meeting. I'll now set out the housekeeping arrangements for this meeting, and please note that the meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcasts, and it will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. So, in order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. And where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there's any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this is going to be carried out by a show of hands, unless a recorded vote is requested, and the recorded vote, as we know, requires support from the quarter of the members present at the meeting. And also, members, could you please indicate to me if you're leaving the meeting? And in accordance with the Constitution, I will allow for comfort breaks as appropriate. Please, if you could, avoid leaving the meeting during the debate. And finally, I think, points of order, if raised, should state the applicable constitutional provision. And I will assume that all councillors will uphold the highest standards of conduct during our meeting and treat one another with courtesy and consideration. And as a reminder, looking up at the public gallery, this is a meeting being held in public, not a public meeting. The public are in attendance to observe the proceedings and observe the debate, so I therefore request that members of the public remain silent through all the items. And members, can I remind you that we are currently in the pre-election period for the Muscliffe and Stroughton by-election, and as such we would ask that members are mindful during the debate that they don't breach any politically restricted guidance. Right, on to the agenda, apologies. Chief Executive, can you let us have the apologies for this meeting?
Thanks, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Simon Bull, who's on Council business, Councillor Brian Chick, Councillor Joe Clements, Councillor Bobby Dove, Councillor Anne-Marie Moriarty, Councillor Lisa Northover, Councillor Vicky Slade, and Councillor Claire Waite.
Right, thank you very much. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Oh, yes, Councillor Moore.
Sorry,
is this
can I also
an apology?
give apologies for Councillor Matthews? He's had to go into hospital today.
Oh, okay, thank you. And Leader.
I also have apologies from Councillor Bernadette Novo, Councillor Claire Waite, Councillor Joe Clements, and that's, I think the rest were on the list.
Yes, I think we had Joe Clements, but jolly good. Righty-ho, that was item 1. Any more apologies that we can think of? Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Monitoring Officer, I understand you wish to speak in relation to the granting of a dispensation to members in respect of agenda item 9. Thank you, Monitoring Officer.
Thank you, Chairman. I can confirm that a dispensation has been granted to all BCP councillors in respect of agenda item 9, Community Governance Review. The reason for this dispensation is to ensure all councillors are freely able to fully participate in the debate and vote. Please note that the granting of this dispensation will be reported to the next meeting of the Standards Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. We've received no specific declarations of interest, but councillors who are directors of council-owned companies may want to declare their directorship just for transparency for item 10.
Oh, yes, declarations of interest. Councillor Wilson.
Just further to the Chief Executive's request, I'm happy to declare that I am director of 3 of the companies as set out in the report at item number 10.
Thank you. For transparency, I'm a director of Seascape Group Limited.
Councillor McCormack.
Yeah, I'm a director of BBML Limited.
Yes, Councillor Andy Martin.
Thank you. I have declared this before at Cabinet at your request, Chief Executive, but I don't think I need to, but I'm going to just mention that I'm a director of BH Live. Slightly different, but for transparency, I'll just mention it.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a board member of Bournemouth Development Company, LLP. I'd also, in relation to the Civic Centre item, like to say that I am Sheriff of Poole and Chair of the Civic Working Group. I wouldn't expect every other trustee to declare, but I just feel that it may be helpful for people to understand that in that item.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Dawton-Gibson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also one of the board members for BDC and a director on the Seascape Company.
Councillor Butt. Thank you, members. Did you hear that message that we need to speak clearly? And Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to record that I'm not a director of Tricuro. Well, that is sort of referenced in the report, but I do attend all of Tricuro's board meetings as the portfolio holder for health and wellbeing.
Oh, Councillor Sidaway.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a director of Seascape South.
Councillor Joe Salmon.
So, like David and Mark, I'm on BDC as well.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. I declare that I'm, for transparency purposes only, I'm a director of BH Live and BH Live Enterprises Limited. I'm also a member of the executive shareholder group for Tricuro.
Any more declarations? No. Thank you, members. That was so item 2. Agenda item 3, the confirmation of the minutes. Can we agree to confirm the minutes of, first of all, the extraordinary council meeting, which was held on the 23rd of July 2024, and the council meeting held on 23rd of July 2024, which has been amended because that meeting started at 7:38 p.m. In other words, it ran on after the other meeting. Is there any dissension from confirming these minutes? I don't see any. So I think we're agreeing by consensus. Thank you. Agenda item 4, announcements and introductions from the chairman. Firstly, it's very, very sad to report the death of Councillor Brian Castle, who you all know. I'm inviting Councillor Kieran Wilson to say a few words about Councillor Brian. Thank you, Kieran.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start by saying the words I prepared will never do justice to the person Brian was and the way that he lived his life in such a warm and kindly manner. But I will try my best to capture what Brian meant to his family, friends, and what serving as a councillor meant to him. And to speak of him in the past tense still feels surreal to me. Starting at the beginning, Firs May's maternity home in Bournemouth on the 7th of June 1974, where Brian was born, a second son for Mum Sue and Dad George, baby Brian had one older brother, Mark. At the time, his family were living in Riggs Gardens in Wallerstown, and Brian attended Talbot Combined Primary School up to the age of 11. A young Brian was a cheeky young boy and always had a smile on his face. So much so, it was hard for teachers or parents to get annoyed with him when he used to bunk off school to go fishing. As he grew up, he enjoyed family trips to Weymouth Beach, the donkey rides, the arcades, and once again, fishing off the pier. He also loved nights down the Conservative Club, where his mum worked behind the bar and his dad helped with the entertainment. And it stayed a stalwart institution throughout his life as he got involved in its running and organisation. At 12 years old, he attended Kingsley School in Kingston, where he stayed until he was 15, nearly 16. After school, he completed a City and Guilds apprenticeship in chefing at the Key Thistle Hotel in Poole, where he remained for 3 years. He loved his time there and said he learnt a lot, feeling like he made a good start on his career path. Brian was an instinctive cook and a great baker, and those skills he took throughout his life, as he was cleverly copy any dishes that he loved, any dishes that he and the love of his life, Gemma, enjoyed when they were out, recreating them in his kitchen. After the Key Thistle, he worked at the Heathlands Hotel in Bournemouth as a chef, a busy coaching hotel catering for a large number of guests, then on to Burley Court. In his younger years, he and his friends would go to the Bournemouth pubs and nightclubs on occasion. However, Brian remained at heart a social club man. Brian left Burley Court in 2006 and started work with Parcel Force in the post office as a night sorter. He always felt it important to see the positives in life. And one of the main positives throughout Brian's life was his wife, Gemma. Brian met Gemma because her dad started going up to the club one day and she spotted Brian coming out of the office with a pint glass of tickets. She said in that moment, "I just knew he was going to be my husband." And he did make her wait, however, before they started dating properly, and only because Gemma took the initiative one night, grabbing him and kissing him, which shows to me, despite the stature of the man and his often big personality, he was a sweet, tentative soul at heart. They were together 17 and a half years, and they remained very much in love throughout and beyond. Married on the 27th of June at the Burley Court Hotel, familiar surroundings where many of the staff Brian knew from his time working there remained. Around this time, Brian took on the role of Deputy Union Rep at Parcel Force with his good mate Dino, who was a union rep. Together they were instrumental in achieving justice for co-workers. Brian felt that he had made a difference by standing up for the underdog and holding true to his values, because Brian was a firm believer in fairness and equality. He believed that if you can do your bit to make a difference, then you should. Brian also involved himself with his local community, often putting himself forward for anything, and he was frequently a steward at the local carnivals and boot sales. His activeness and inability not to get involved in helping his community led him to reaching out to myself and Lisa, asking if we would support him to stand for Muscliffe and Stroughton Park. After just one meeting, we knew that he would be a committed member of our community and that he would put residents before politics. He was the definition of a genuine human being. Although only a councillor for a relatively short period of time, he was so proud to be elected and to serve his community. His mother was really proud to see her son's photo and name in the Daily Echo after he passed, and were thankful of the respectful way the flag was flown at half-mast over the Civic Centre the day he died and on the day of his funeral. And the family were equally grateful to the councillors who attended his funeral. Outside of work, Brian loved his holidays and went on many over the years with lots of different people. Wherever he went in the world, he made mates with anyone. His friendly and open nature could assure this. Being a huge Elvis fan, Brian, of course, visited Gracelands en route to a friend's wedding in Hawaii. He spent 4 days in Memphis, but then missed his Greyhound to Nashville because he had had one too many beers. This was a personal favourite of his stories. Music from the 50s, Elvis, Johnny Cash, the whole rock and roll era was his thing. So much so that Brian sang Elvis to his newly born son, Benjamin, and to Gemma moments after his birth, cradling his tiny son in his arms. Benjamin was very much a wanted and long-awaited for son. It meant everything to Brian to have a son. It is unbelievable how similar they are. Benjamin shares his dad's big blue eyes, his soft kindness, and his sense of humour. Benjamin also has the traits of a gentle old soul, the way he strolls with his hands behind his back. I popped into Gemma a couple of weeks ago to see how she and Benjamin were coping, and I couldn't help but make comparisons between the two boys, as Benjamin showed me his Mario Kart toys as though we were best friends who hadn't seen each other in a couple of days. That openness, kindness, and warm nature was Brian's signature. I hope that as he grows older, without his father, he understands how loved his dad was, and much more importantly, how much his dad loved him with every fibre of his being. Life is so fragile, and it ends the same way for all of us. That alone should make us love each other, but it doesn't always. We get caught up in trivialities and nothingness. However, the way Brian lived showed us that the only thing that truly matters in this life is to love and be loved. Brian passed away far too soon, aged just 50. He only received his cancer diagnosis in July. He had enjoyed his 50th birthday party on the 1st of June, a wedding party on the 14th, and a weekend in his old childhood holiday hangout of Weymouth. So the news of his terminal diagnosis came as a truly devastating blow. One thing that broke my heart when I first heard it, but I have found it since comforting to know, was that one of the last things Brian heard before he passed away was the joyful giggles and splashes of Benjamin in the bath upstairs. Perfect, really. I don't think there could have been a sweeter sound for Brian. When he was asked what he would like to say to his son, he said, "Every day we've been together, you've made me laugh. Keep laughing, love everyone, and stay away from trouble." 3 pieces of advice we could all do with heeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That was a beautiful tribute. I'd just like to say a word myself about Councillor Brian Castle. We were very pleased to go to his funeral, which he wanted to show very much that he was a councillor and it was a proper civic funeral. But I must say that Brian was at school with my boys, which makes me feel a bit old, and my boys knew him quite well, and they were amazed that he did anything so grown up and wonderful as be a councillor. And so, but he was a great guy, and we shall miss him. Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to speak about Brian before I go on to the next? I'm also going to report the very sad death of former councillor and mayor, Bob Chapman. Bob was elected to Bournemouth Council in 1981, and he was mayor from 2006 to 2007, and he was granted freedom of the town in February 2019. Does anybody wish to speak about Bob Chapman? There's a bit of head shaking over there, John. Yes, I thought you might.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. I will be brief because I had a great deal to say at Bob's funeral several weeks ago, which was extremely well attended. But in summary, Bob was a dear friend of mine and others in this chamber. I worked with him during all of my time here on council, both in Bournemouth Council and he and his lady wife after the council. Bob was a councillor for Bournemouth for some 37 years. We were delighted in 2019 to award him the Freedom of the Borough of Bournemouth, which is an honour bestowed on very, very few people. He was also an alderman and, as you've already described, former mayor of Bournemouth. Bob achieved a great deal in his time as a councillor in Bournemouth. He was a former leader of the council, and I served on my first cabinet with him, going back a very long time. And he'll be sorely missed by his many friends. I think it was a fitting tribute that so many attended and felt such a wrench when they attended his funeral. I would be grateful, Madam Chairman, if we, as I'm sure you're going to, have a few moments silence for him. He spent a lot of time in this chamber, and he was, if you like, the father of the house, so to speak. When I was leader, I didn't sit in the traditional leader's seat. I sat one down because I kept that seat for Bob. And I kept it for him because of his long service, because of his huge knowledge of council affairs, and because it just seemed the right thing to do. And it was always a comfort to have him there, knowing that if there was anything that I deviated from in terms of protocol, he would be the first, long before the mayor, he would be the first person to jab me in the ribs and remind me. And that was the kind of man that he was. We all feel for his dear wife, Barbara, who's not well either, and he'll be very fondly remembered by so very many people. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley. And as Councillor Beasley asks members, those of us who can we stand in a short silent tribute? Thank you. Thank you, members. I shall just go through very quickly the chairman's announcements, which, as you know, is where the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has been represented by me at various events. And I think starting, I went over to the Holocaust Memorial of the Romani people. Then there was a VJ Day commemoration. I then went to the opening of the castle tea rooms, and then, of course, we had the Air Festival launch. And during that, as a council, we gave a reception for the Lord Lieutenant who retired, I think, the next couple of days after that, and for which we've had much thanks. It was a very nice event, and I think a lot of you know the Lord Lieutenant as was. Then Air Festival, I was privileged to go on the Beat the Retreat, and not so privileged, I must say. I went on a trip on a very tiny little boat, which did belong to the Navy. It was hard to believe, and they raced another tiny little boat round Poole Bay. So I was clinging on for dear life, so I represented the council for you at that, I think quite bravely. And then, as we know, we had Brian Castle's funeral. Then it was Emergency Services Day, at which the Mayor of Bournemouth very kindly raised the flag for me, because I'm hopeless at doing that. And then there was a Battle of Britain Service memorial at Christchurch Priory. And the most recent thing I've done is go to a party given by the people who run, all our partners who run the Access to Food. And I've never seen so many volunteers. It was absolutely fantastic. This is a really good initiative. Not only food, help of all descriptions. And it's very sad that we need to have it in this day and age in such a rich country, but we do have to have it, and they do a marvellous job. So that was my most recent representation of the council. Right, agenda item 5, and I can see a lot of people waiting at the door, public issues. Now, please note that the time for questions, statements and petitions from members of the public shall normally commence immediately after the item declarations of interest on the agenda, and it shall be restricted to a total of 15 minutes. On this particular occasion, we have a very, very full agenda tonight. And we also do have a huge amount, a significant number I've got down here, or a huge amount, of questions and statements which have been received in advance of the evening. And I think we must say that we are very, very glad that our public takes such an interest in the doings of the council, and I must applaud the fact that we do have so many. I shall be extending the time limit for public questions and statements to 30 minutes, which I know is not enough. And I think I've been told that several times, but rather than 15 minutes, we'll go for 30 minutes. That's going to be strictly enforced, so after 30 minutes, it is the break. Where a question to which an answer is to be given is not reached within the time limit, we will give a written answer within 2 working days of the meeting to the questioner and a copy emailed to all the councillors, and then the remaining statements will be published on the council's website. Right, so I'm going to invite sorry, I nearly called you Councillor McKinstry. That was a... Yes. Mr. Alex McKinstry, please come to the microphone. Thank you. If you ask your question regarding planning governance, Councillor Millie Earle, Leader of the Council, will respond.
Thank you, Councillor Debman. On the 16th of November 2023, in exempt session, the Planning Committee discussed the Highmoor Farm planning application, seemingly at the behest of officers who had serious concerns about the committee's refusal of that application. What options were put to the committee at that meeting? The outcome, as paraphrased by the Director of Planning, was that officers were to go away and get external expert advice. So why did 34 days then elapse between that decision and the 20th of December 2023, when such advice was finally sought from the planning barrister, Stephen Morgan. Was it a tactic by officers to allow the applicants room to appeal on the grounds of non-determination, which may have proved less costly for the council? Such an appeal was indeed launched on the 5th of December 2023 during the 34-day hiatus. And the final part of this question, is this matter being audited, this being the third non-determination appeal on a major planning application since 2022?
Thank you. Leader, can you respond?
Thank you, Mr McKinstry. During the exempt session of the Planning Committee on the 16th of November 2023 relating to the Highmoor Farm planning application, the options for members formed part of an exempt report from which the public were excluded. That was in accordance with paragraph 5 in part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. In particular, exempt information category 5, which is information in respect of which a claim to a legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings. That position remains, and so the content of the report and related advice cannot be publicly disclosed. Between the meeting on 2nd of October 2023 and the matter being brought back to members in January 2024, officers continued to progress the instructions of members. On or around the 5th of December 2023, an appeal against non-determination was lodged by the appellant, which also then needed to be addressed, and prior to officers being able to conclude members' instructions. There was no tactic by officers as stated, and the process described accounts for the period in question. This case is not currently being audited, but the monitoring officer is aware and will keep the position under review along with the Director of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Now, Sue Chapman has submitted a public question regarding the climate emergency. Would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Andy Hadley, who is the portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, will respond. Thanks, Sue.
Thank you very much. My question refers to the work of BCP Climate Guru of 2022. Mass death and suffering is a crime of oblique intent. The International Criminal Court and all 123 signatory nations have the power to prosecute. The public should be warned of global ecological collapse, and that if we conserve global resources, there could be a survival trajectory. Media, politics, and the judiciary hypocritically condemn non-violent direct actions, while Broadmoor policies, including massive subsidies for missold deadly fossil fuels, guarantees Grenfelling damage, and at the same time play down the trillions of pounds of costs as systems collapse. How quickly, please, can BCP implement a safety decarbonisation programme for residents?
Councillor Hadley, would you wish to respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for your question and challenge. This is a global and not just a local problem, but we have to do what we can locally to conserve our resources, to adapt, and in your words, to create a survival trajectory. To support this, we must transform our energy systems, our food production, reduce consumption, and shift to circular economic models. A number of my colleagues, councillors from across the chamber, are currently taking up an offer of carbon literacy training from the South West Net Zero team. You will also know, as you were there, that 4 of our 5 local MPs attended a meeting last weekend organised by local participants in the Climate Coalition held in the Durley Environmental Hub to highlight the urgency of action, and I was heartened by the MPs' assurances of renewed intent and action, albeit 100 days early into the new government. On providing decarbonisation coaching for residents and visitors, we are looking to improve the information on the Council website, and I have expressed a keenness to use the Durley Hub and other venues to deliver a programme. We have been recruiting to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Daniel Glennon submitted a public question regarding bees and pesticides. Would you like to ask the question? And Councillor Andy Hadley will respond. Thank you.
So bees pollinate 40% of leading food crops. Conversely, less than 25% of the world's leading food species are wind-pollinated. Bees, particularly solitary bees and bumblebees, are in serious decline in the UK. We've already lost around 13 species and another 35 are at risk. Pesticides are one of the key threats to bees, yet BCP Council spray nearly 3,000 litres of pesticides, including glyphosates, on our roadsides, parks and open spaces annually. Exposure to glyphosate not only poses a risk to human health and other living organisms, it also threatens biodiversity and the future of agriculture. So I'm asking BCP Council to please pledge to help support the bees and other pollinating insects by taking the following actions. So stop spraying council land with pesticides and other harmful chemicals, and sign up to PAN UK's Pesticide Free Towns campaign to provide advice and support to achieve this.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Councillor Hadley, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Daniel, for your question. We have a statutory responsibility to ensure the highway is safe to use and its structural integrity is not adversely affected by vegetation. We are legally obliged to control certain types of invasive species, including on our countryside stewardship sites, by DEFRA, and are required to respond to scheduled Japanese knotweed. We use an integrated weed management approach to our land management, working towards aligning itself with the Council's Climate and Ecological Declaration in 2019. And I am concerned, as you are, that, about the collapse of bee colonies and other insect life. A range of other methods are used, including mechanical and manual sweeping, manual hoeing, mulching, creating wild meadow habitats, and nurturing volunteer efforts to remove weeds. We recognise the growing concern about the use of chemical methods to control undesirable plant species. We are committed to reducing their use on council-managed land while balancing the need to support maintaining safe spaces for our communities. BCP Council and legacy councils have trialled alternatives and remain open to emerging solutions that can be used at scale, meanwhile continuing to learn and share best practice as councils adjust their programmes. We are aware of the Pan-UK campaign. However, a commitment to the banning of use of all pesticides is not considered feasible at this time, balancing the effectiveness and meeting the conservation's costs and resource constraints for the circumstances where they are currently in use. We do need to keep challenging ourselves on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Mr. Stanley Watts has submitted a public question regarding BCP heritage assets. Would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Mike Cox, Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Finance, will respond. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Chair. Will the Cabinet member please specify how many heritage assets BCP Council is responsible for? Also, is Paul's Civic Centre one of these heritage assets?
Thank you, Mr. Stanley Watts, for your question. Based on the asset register, BCP Council is responsible for 4 heritage assets. Poole Civic Centre is not one of them. For reference, however, the 4 heritage assets are the Carrow Sculpture and Viewing Platform, Baden-Powell Monument, Christchurch Quay Place Mill 1, and Christchurch Quay Place Mill 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cox. Now, we now have a number of questions regarding the twinning of Bournemouth and Netanya. So I'm going to invite the questioners to come forward and ask their questions, and then, following that, I will call on Councillor Millie Earle, Leader of the Council, to respond. So, first of all, Sarah Ward, please ask your question.
Thank you. BCP Council's civic apparatus are demonstrably not fit for purpose, recently leaving the Council unable to review its twin status with a town in the apartheid state of Israel, currently under investigation at The Hague for genocide, with a reported death toll exceeding 100,000 across Palestine and now Lebanon. Can you assure the public that the governance review will not prevent the urgent action needed to ensure that the Council can and will act swiftly in accordance with ICJ rulings and therefore not risk complicity in supporting war crimes, in particularly genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. Fida Shannon, would you like to come forward and ask your question? Thank you.
Considering the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruling on the illegality of Israeli settlement, how does the Council plan to ensure the compliance with the international law in maintaining the twinning with Netanya? Other cities have paused or ended their twinning with Israel cities in light of these legal and ethical concerns. Will Bournemouth follow suit and review or pause its twinning with Netanya? Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel Hargreaves, would you like to come forward and ask your question?
My name is Diane Magnetico, and I'm here to ask a question on behalf of Isabel Hargreaves. Israel is committing plausible genocide in Gaza, according to the ICJ. The prosecutors at the ICC have asked for the arrest warrants for at least 2 Israeli government officials, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant. Given the community concern over the twinning with Netanya in Israel, can the Council assure us that this matter will be addressed as a priority and with urgency in upcoming meetings? What steps are being taken to ensure this issue is considered promptly? Thank you.
Right. Is this Lisa Lobo? Are you? Yeah, thank you. Could you come and ask your question, please? Thank you.
Can BCP Council advise on how decisions on twinning arrangements are made within BCP structures, given the Charter of Trustees recently found it had no authority to make these decisions? Bournemouth is twinned with an Israeli town, a state which has been found guilty by the International Court of Justice of apartheid, illegally occupying Palestinian territory, and breaches of international humanitarian law. It remains on trial for committing genocide. The ICJ and the UN General Assembly also make clear that we have a duty to impose sanctions on Israel for its ongoing breaches of international humanitarian law. Remaining twinned with Netanya risks complicity in war crimes and crimes against humanity.
Is this Charlie Burt? I'm afraid we've got a bit out of sync with our names and our questions. Charlie, would you like to come forward?
Given the ongoing investigation of Israel for the potential acts of genocide by the ICJ, why does Bournemouth continue to maintain its twinning relationship with Netanyahu? How does this council justify its partnership in light of such serious allegations, and has any consideration been given to reviewing or suspending this twinning agreement? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Lennox Robertson, would you like to come forward and ask the question? Oh, I'm so sorry.
What did you call me?
Yes.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm Bilal Yassin. I'm reading this 3-part question out on behalf of Bashar. Given the growing community concern over the twinning with Netanya, can the Council assure us that this matter will be addressed as a priority and with urgency in upcoming meetings? What steps are being taken to ensure this issue is considered promptly? How does the Council plan to address the ethical concerns raised by the community about the twinning with Netanya? Considering the ongoing human rights violations in the region, will this issue be reviewed in light of Bournemouth's commitment to international justice? Can the Council confirm if there was a public consultation before the twinning with Netanya was formalised? If not, will the Council consider holding one to gather the views of Bournemouth residents on this matter?
Thank you. Before I call on Councillor Earl, can I make sure that there is nobody out in the foyer who has one of those questions to ask us? I think the answer is probably all the questions have been answered. Right, Councillor Earl, could you respond to the whole of the questions?
Thank you. And thank you for all the questions on the twinning with Netanya. Following the motion to de-twin having been received to be considered by the Bournemouth Charter Trustees, we have been obtaining legal advice on the allocation of responsibilities for twinning between the Charter Trustees and BCP Council. We're anticipating that this advice will be able to be issued to the Charter Trustees in the next few weeks, and that this will give clarity about where this responsibility lies. Once we've confirmed that, it will be open to the appropriate body to consider the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Diana Butler has submitted a public statement regarding the Poole Civic Centre. Would you like to come forward, Diana, and make your statement?
Thank you, Chairman. Poole residents are not being consulted on the important issue of Poole Civic Centre. Just 2 weeks ago, BCP Cabinet voted 9-1 to sell this beautiful Grade 2 listed building with decorative interior and central courtyard. The Dorset coroner is seeking a home, as Bournemouth civic provision proved inadequate. Poole Civic Centre would be a well-positioned, fitting venue with easy access, parking and good transport links. Poole Charter Trustees could use the chamber at agreed times, saving proposed expense and alteration to Poole Guildhall. Funds from the sale of Bournemouth Town Hall Annex could be allocated to Poole Civic Centre, enabling scope for multi-use, like Southampton Civic, and potential for regular income. This would benefit Poole, the council and the wider community, with space for coroner services, room rental, exhibitions, events, training and hospitality. The adjacent annex site could be discussed separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Right, I believe Philip Cottrell has submitted a public statement, but the Chief Executive is going to read it. Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. So it's a public statement from Philip Cottrell. Following public issues at full Council and Audit and Governance Committee meetings this year, to conform with her previous practice, the Monitoring Officer will doubtless necessarily soon rectify an oversight by amending the Constitution to state correctly that officers' 1989 Act duties, including reporting actual contraventions of law to each member, hence ensuring members' awareness via the Constitution regarding Council's self-regulation by primary legislation, likewise individual councillors' ultimate responsibility concerning officers' material failures that define governance weakness, thus preventing damaging contraventions hitherto passing seamlessly and unchecked from administration to administration, for example, not reporting the performance bellwether of 1974 Act Ombudsman case decisions concerning maladministration and service failures, not reporting 2014 Act and 2015 regulations, breaches concerning, respectively, local electors' accounting information rights and council's inadequate fixed assets records, potentially penalty-bearing breaches of a basic tax regulation concerning agency senior officers, acknowledged to me 30 September 2024. That's the public statement from Mr. Philip Cottrell.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip Cottrell and the Chief Executive. Robin Eade has submitted a public statement on raising the profile of Highcliffe Walkford. Would you like to come forward and make your statement?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am here to try and raise the profile and perception of Highcliffe Walkford, which seems to have been forgotten. It has the first sandy beaches west of Southampton and is well-loved beauty spot, but is let down by the cliff paths with scree slipping away underfoot and embarrassingly disgraceful toilets. It needs much TLC. If the former removed steps to the cliff top were replaced, it would improve the facilities for elderly residents and visitors alike and enhance the area. It would also be wonderful to take a short stroll using the steps to walk in a circular route without using the roadway, a godsend to the dog walking community. Now, I am suggesting the steps are replaced with a majestic style, noting your new BCP Council custodianship. The Regency design steps, I have a picture, but I'm not allowed to bring it in, I'm told, is representing the main entrance gateway to BCP, using a little capability brown foresight and imagination. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Eade. Antoinette Jones has submitted a public statement on twinning, but I understand it's going to be read out by Lisa Weir. If that's you, would you like to come forward? Thank you.
As BCP Council's policy recognises that people have the right to be treated fairly and with dignity and respect, will not tolerate unjust, unfair or unlawful discrimination, one would expect this to also apply to who the Council twins with. Netanya is a part of a state that has oppressed and discriminated against the Palestinian population. On the 19th of July 2024, the International Criminal Court declared Israel guilty of apartheid and affirms the legal obligation of all states to end complicity in Israel's gross violation of human rights. Remaining twinned with a town that does not respect the rights of all results in Bournemouth being complicit, which brings into question Bournemouth's commitment to their values and is quite damning. Being critical of the actions of Israel is not anti-Semitic, and it is dangerous and harmful to conflate the two, as many Jewish people do not support the oppression and discrimination of the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Right, Nick Greenwood has submitted a public statement on expanding the word limit for public statements to the Council. Would you like to come forward and make your statement? Thank you. Oh. No, I believe the Chief Executive is going to read out Nick Greenwood's public statement on expanding the word limit.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a last request. Thank you, Chairman. I think this was a late request for me to read it. So, a public statement from Nick Greenwood. I urge you to consider expanding the word limit for public statements during council meetings from the current 150 words to at least 300 words. This change is essential as the current restriction significantly hampers genuine freedom of expression and undermines the very purpose of soliciting public opinion. The BCP has garnered a reputation for inadequate consultation with local residents, and increasing the word limit would be a meaningful step toward improving this perception. Additionally, I understand that support for the United Nations Agenda 2030 guidelines may not resonate well with the community. It appears that there is a tendency to limit feedback that could reveal concerns about this agenda. By fostering an environment that encourages open dialogue and longer statements, you would not only enhance transparency, but also demonstrate a commitment to truly listening to the voices of the public. Such changes are vital for rebuilding public trust. That's a public statement from Nick Greenwood. We are just there.
We seem to have come to the end of the public questions and statements, and we had 4 minutes left. So I think the 30 minutes was perfectly adequate, and I thank everybody for the questions and the statements. Really, really glad that everybody takes such an interest in what we do. I'm moving on now to agenda item 6, which is a petition It's to preserve the biannual Hush Club event in Southbourne. We've got the petition, but I'd like to set out the following, which will be the process for dealing with the petition. I'm going to call on Bob Smith-Thomas, who organised this petition, to present the petition, not exceeding 3 minutes for the presentation. And then I'm going to open the debate on the petition, which may include questions of the organiser, but no proposals will be permitted until the close of the debate on the petition. Right, I now invite Mr. Bob Smith-Thomas to present the petition. Thank you, Mr. Smith-Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a little bit nervous because I've never done anything like this before, so please bear with me. So just to give you a little bit of background, I live in Southbourne, and we have a biannual event run by the Hush Club on the cliff top by the Riva Caf. Recently, unfortunately, they were told that they could no longer do this due to receiving some complaints. So I couldn't really get my head around that because the Riva Caf have a DJ every weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And I felt it was a bit unfair for the Hush Club to be told they couldn't do it, so I started a petition. When I checked before coming out tonight, on BH postcodes, we had over 2,100 signatures, where people, the local community, feel very strongly. This is a family event. It's for charity. They raise thousands of pounds. It's been running for years, and we just don't understand why suddenly we can't have it. Southbourne has a really strong community. The spirit there has been built over years, and I'm sure most of you may have visited and seen what it's like there. We're very keen to keep this inclusive event going, and so I submit the petition to you all for debate, and yeah, there we go. That's my petition. Thank you.
That was extremely well within your limits. Thank you so much.
I could go on if you want me to.
Well, no, we won't ask you to.
Actually, if you don't mind, I have got a statement from the Hush Club, which I'll just read the last paragraph.
Go on then.
If that's
Just
okay, yes?
As quick as you can.
Okay. It's just one paragraph. The Hush Club, so this is actually been sent by Simon and Emily, who run the Hush Club. The Hush Club have never knowingly broken in any licensing conditions or caused any public disturbance. We follow noise management plan, continually monitor our sound levels, and have provided evidence to the EHO proving that we're operating within the set parameters. Yet we've been seemingly repeatedly singled out as an organisation deemed unsuitable to provide entertainment at our own events and other events. We hope that today's discussion and the supported community petition will allow us to move forward and work together in providing these much-loved events for the community. One other comment on that I would make is that the Bournemouth Tourist Office actually used the Hush Club event in their advertising this year, and yet they're now being told they can't do it. So it seems a bit odd to me. Anyway, I'm just a normal person, so I don't understand it. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Smith-Thomas. Now, councillors, do you have any questions that you wish to put on this? Yes, George at the back, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate being selected first because I am one of the ward councillors in which the venue, the Riva, CAF Riva, exists, where the Hush Club does its twice yearly sort of fundraising for charity. It is a very, very popular event with both locals and visitors from further afield than Southbourne. I wanted to put on record my thanks to the petitioner for actually allowing people to make their expressions of support for the Hush Club to continue via the nature of a petition. I think that's ideal for not only the ward but further afield, that our public can actually be at the heart of the democratic process, I should say. I don't have a question per se, other than to actually say, keep up the good work. keep bringing the voice of the people to this chamber, and I welcome you on behalf of the chamber for your very first petition.
Thank you.
It's a rare thing to actually manage to get one into this chamber.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Wilson, I think I saw you indicate.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank you for this petition. I have no idea why you were nervous. I think you put your pitch across really well and put your voice for the residents and the attendees who attend this event. Firstly, I want to say that BCP Council support well-managed and safe events. The Council has absolutely not banned the Hush Club event, nor has any legal action been taken. Environmental health staff have been liaising with the event organiser following a large number of noise complaints, 45 separate noise complaints received since 2021. The Council has a statutory duty to investigate noise nuisance, which is clearly and definitively set out in law. We have no control over changing or adjusting that law. We can only apply the law.
Excuse me, Councillor Wilson, is this your question, or are you going into the debate almost?
I'm going into the debate. Apologies.
Oh, well, hang on a second.
Oh, okay,
I think
sorry.
Councillor Broadhead has got a question. Oh, right. Well, can I just ask, are there any more proper questions which end in a question mark? No? Right. I will open the debate. Carry on, Councillor.
I won't start again, but I will start from my sentence again. So just to clarify, that the Council has a statutory duty to investigate noise nuisance, which is clearly and definitively set out in law. We have no control over changing or adjusting that law. We can only apply the law, as is our duty. And that is to ensure that residents are able to enjoy and have enjoyment of their homes. Advice and guidance has been given to the event organiser, and we will continue to work with the operator to ensure compliance around the event licence and noise legislation. If the event organisers choose to continue the Hush Club, they will need to apply for a temporary event notice, which is the process that they've followed for all previous events. If there are council or police objections to that application, based on previous history, it will be heard at a licensing committee for decision to be made. And that decision will be completely for the licensing committee and their members to make as a quasi-judicial board. So it's their independent choice as a licensing committee. If the decision is refusal, this decision is then appealable through the courts. The majority of events of this size and scale go through a formal multi-agency event management process to ensure safety of attendees, and we are encouraging the organisers to engage in this process. So I'm absolutely happy to note this petition and the strength of feeling amongst the attendees of this event, and ask that we refer it to the appropriate committee, which in this case would be the licensing committee. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, that was actually a proposal, was it?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose that if I have a seconder.
Yes, sorry to be so obtuse.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Right. Leader, are you seconding the proposal?
Yep, happy to second.
Right. I know, excuse me, Councillor Broadhead, you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to Bob Smith-Thomas for bringing this to Council, because this does look like something that's absolutely inexplicable. I regularly attend the Hush Club, and I think Simon and the team put on an absolutely fabulous job down there. It's fun, it's safe, it's a family-friendly event, and I can tell you, it is not noisy at all. So it really does seem inexplicable that we're here forcing the whole community to bring a petition to us. We've heard from the Cabinet member who said it's not been banned, but the organisers certainly think that it has been banned. And so my view is this is a really buzzing part of Bournemouth's calendar. We need to start finding ways to help and support these kind of people and look to try and reverse this decision. So I'm really supportive of finding a way to reopen that door, start working for them rather than against them, because clearly this is a vital, a really well-loved part of the community. And frankly, I don't want to see it go either. So long live the Hush Club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For the sake of transparency, I have an interest in seeing the biannual community event continue. Having attended Hush Club events for several years on the cliff top at Cafe Riva, it's good fun. I'm someone who loves uplifting dance music, However, club events aren't purely about the music. It's also about the atmosphere that brings people together. These biannual events are inclusive, welcoming for all, from all those like me who grew up, used to go clubbing in the 90s and now have grown-up children can still enjoy themselves. The events are also inclusive for children with activities for them, plus those much older who still want to let their hair down. At Hush Club, there is no judgment. It seems Bournemouth Air Festival won't be happening next year. It'd be sad if this popular event was cancelled too because of killjoys at the council. It's not a good look for the council to have a reputation of stopping fun, which I'm sure you'll agree. I hope others will join me in supporting the continuation of these popular community events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Hadley, wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have no experience of this event, but I was called to look into problems with the Oktoberfest in Poole Park just the other week, and it was members of the public who were concerned about the noise. And I quite often get complaints about the noise on Poole Quay and indeed the noise from Poole Pirates, both of which have been going on for as long as I can remember in the town of Poole. I think one of our real challenges as councillors and as we say is that we are always in between people who want to go and enjoy an event and people who get disturbed by the event. I did go down, I talked to the organisers, and they'd been very thorough in terms of their preparations. It was just before the event. The complainant was actually complaining about the setup as well as the event itself. And certainly I satisfied myself, but I think the licensing committee is the right place to look at this, to give councillors the opportunity and also members of the public who can go to the licensing subcommittee would look at the application. And people who complain about the noise have the opportunity there to see that the conditions are set to make it reasonable. It is always far more difficult with outdoor events because sound travels, and particularly on the cliff top, as in the centre of Poole Town, we are a busy place and there are competing demands. So it's not the council being killjoys, it is other members of the community who find it difficult and troublesome. And some of that is we just need a bit of give and take to enable people to do that, but also to moderate the noise to a level that people can cope with. And I hope that that sort of compromise can be found. Thank you.
Councillor David Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, I'm going to echo Councillor Farr and Councillor Broadhead's comments. I regularly attend these events and have done for a number of years as well. And they are attended by a huge amount of people and enjoyed by a huge amount of people of all ages. Again, we've already heard about the fantastic environment that is created at such a beautiful location. I've been involved in dancing, embarrassingly so I imagine, epic football matches with, I would say, probably 100 kids running around chasing one football. And I would also add that people take their own food and drink and still enjoy the atmosphere. And that's actually really important. It's not a really expensive event for families to go and enjoy. And at a time where money is really crucial to a lot of young people and families, I think that should be noted as well. So I'm in full support of this event to continue on wherever possible. I do understand the concern of residents around noise, but again, it's a give and take of where we live, and that, you know, that part of the community is to be enjoyed by all. And the last point is that we should be giving, as we've talked about in our ward in Highcliffe and Watford, the council should be giving those individuals that can run these events fantastically well, safely, the autonomy to do so, and give that control back to our communities to run these fantastic events. So thank you very much.
Councillor Joe Salmon.
God, so I'm a bit embarrassed by this debate, partly because it makes me realise how little I go out compared to everybody else. But also because it sounds like this is a lovely event that nobody wants to stop, and yet Kieran doesn't seem to want to stop it. I can't quite tell who wants to stop it, apart from maybe, and they do exist, a couple of killjoys who maybe live nearby and put in complaints, which just happened. How have we got to the stage where we've had to have this petition delivered and all of this? How has there been such a breakdown in communication? This is a bit rubbish. Surely it's just a matter of this being sorted out with the relevant officers and whatnot. How have we got here? I'm a bit confused as to why it's reached this chamber. But maybe somebody could enlighten me.
Leader, do you want to use your second to speak?
Yes, go on then, thank you. I was expecting to have a few more moments to actually write what I was going to say, but I haven't got there yet. But I did just want to answer Councillor Salmon's question, which is around how we got to this position. And actually, it really comes down to the fact we are a council, we're a legislative, duty-bound body that has to uphold certain rules. And the government have legislated through the Licensing Act 2003 that we have a duty to enforce against statutory noise nuisance. Now, because of the complaints that have come through about this, the professional opinion of this council is that it is potentially a statutory noise nuisance. And if Hush Club, who are more than welcome to put in a TENS licence, want to apply again, then that will give the opportunity for it to go to licensing and for licensing to make that decision through a democratic process. This is not a policy which has come to the Three Towns Alliance or to council. There is no such thing as an anti-fun administration here, and I would actually say that our officers are ready and willing to work with any event organiser that's willing to operate and comply within the law. The problem though here is we don't actually have anything to scrutinise. Like I would say, if we did have a TENS licence application, then we could look at that, but there isn't one that exists just yet. So what Hush Club need to do, and I would really encourage them to do, is to work with our officers to put something into licensing, and then for it to go through the democratic process which allows us then to scrutinise it properly and in line with our duty as a local authority to uphold the legislation we have. Thank you.
Councillor Filer.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Hush Club was held for years along the road which I lived in. I don't live there anymore. It's a fabulous event. It's a family event. We've heard all that. I and lots of other people in this ward, in this hall today, represent wards which abut Kings Park. And Kings Park has regular events. And there are always people who are going to complain. I'd like to know, I know you can't answer this, but I would like it to be considered how many complaints have been received vis-a-vis the number of people who've been there and enjoyed it. It finishes early. I mean, those people who attend a live around a three-day event in one of our parks, Merrick Park or Kings Park in Bournemouth, and other ones in Poole, certainly the one in Parkston on the Green. I mean, those events go on late at night and they're probably noisier, and how many complaints do they have? I think it's just a question of how it's evolved. It started out small, and it sort of evolved into a big and annual event that everybody looks forward to. So I just hope, I'm sure with Kieran's goodwill and everybody else's goodwill, it's something that we'll be able to continue. But because it's got so big, it will probably have to go through all these statutory hoops and things that they have to comply with. But it would be a great shame if it were to finish. So many people enjoy it, people of all ages. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, just to briefly comment on this, because I think we're in danger of getting into the realms of actually holding a licensing committee here. It's quite clear to me, I was involved in an organisation that applied for a premises licence and went through all those hoops and advertised it, and it went through the licensing committee in Poole. I fairly regularly put in temporary event notice applications myself for events. You have to tick the boxes. You have to make sure for a temporary event notice, no more than 499 people attending the event. Otherwise, you need to go through the process of applying for a premises licence for that. It's all there in the legislation, and the Licensing Act sets the objectives for those people applying for a licence. It's all about the prevention of crime and disorder. It's about public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. And as long as the organiser has the right process in place to fulfil their responsibilities under those licensing objectives, that will go to a licensing committee. Objectors can attend, the applicants can attend with their barristers as well. If they're not happy with the outcome or the conditions put on, they can appeal to the magistrates court. It's all there in the legislation. Hundreds and hundreds of events across BCP do it every year. Hundreds of premises have premises licence. I think it's the Hush Club need to sit down with officers, need to put in the relevant licence application for their event, and that can be properly considered by a licensing subcommittee, rather than having a debate in the full council chamber today.
Councillor Wilson, I'm going to ask you if you wish to sum up and also to clarify what the proposal actually is before we vote on it, please.
I wasn't expecting to sum up, so I'll wing it. I think there's obviously a high level of support amongst councillors here to see the event continue, but obviously it needs to be well managed and within that statutory limit, and I think that's where we're at. So absolutely, as I said in the opening, we want to work with organisers and those producing the event, and we're more than happy to do that. In terms of going forward, I think that we should note the petition and the strength of feeling amongst the community, and ask that it's referred to the licensing committee, because that's the appropriate committee as to where it should go. So I'd like to see that the petition goes to the licensing committee for discussion, if that's possible. And I think the leader has seconded me. Cheers.
Right, thank you, Councillor Wilson. So I think we all know what we're voting on now. Sorry, did I hear a no?
Sorry, Madam Chairman. Petition to licensing, further explanation on that, please. Thank you.
So can you get some further explanation on the Jane?
Yes, I'll ask Jane to explain.
Thank you, Chair. In respect of the petition, the Council needs to determine the outcome or what happens next to this petition. Councillor Wilson has proposed that the petition is noted, but it is referred to the Licensing Committee for a fuller and further consideration, as it falls within the licensing function of the Council. That proposal was seconded by the leader, and the Chair is asking what I think is about to ask members of Council to vote on that proposal from Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. So now I think we are all clear on what we're voting on. Yes, can we have a show of hands on that, please? All in favour?
Ask for against or
yes. Thank you. Any against? And abstentions? Councillor Flagg. Thank you. Right, thank you, Councillor Wilson, and thank you very much, Mr. Smith-Thomas, for standing there so patiently, but we did have a good debate on it, so yes. Thank you very much for coming to us. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, members. Now we're going to be moving on to the recommendations from Cabinet and the other committees. Righty-ho, as I see on my agenda, that would be items 7 to 13. They will each be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I must highlight that there are decisions on some of the issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies, so therefore they're not before the Council. So item 7, Cabinet 4th of September 2024, minute number 39, Council Budget Monitoring 2024 to 25, Quarter 1. Councillor Mike Cox, I understand you're going to move the recommendation, and then Councillor Richard Burton will second the move. Thank you, Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I really thought I'd just summarise the medium-term financial plan while I've got the opportunity. The report sets out the projected outturn for 2024-25, and the report clearly sets out the challenges that this Council faces and lies ahead of us with the relentless demand increases and cost pressures. I would also remind everyone that included in the 24-25 budgets are £38 million of unprecedented savings and efficiencies, which we need to be delivered on top of the previous year's £34 million. In this report, we've already utilised 54% of the optimism bias contingency we prudently set aside when we set the budget. This clearly demonstrates that these contingency reserves were needed to cope with the unprecedented savings programmes being implemented. A very good job that we didn't spend all that in the alternative budgets. Table 1 sets out in some detail the increased transparency where the underlying variances are occurring. But paragraph 22 demonstrates that all of these concerns pale into insignificance when compared to the quantum of the deficit piling up on the DSG. It's deeply sad that in dealing with the backlog of the HCPs, moving BCP's record from 0% to nearly 90% completions in the statutory time, we have accelerated the DSG financial black hole. In recommendation C, we've asked the Director of Children's Services to produce a report setting out mitigating actions that she might take to get a grip of this, but frankly the actions are pretty minimal. Fundamentally, this problem lies with at the government's feet. They have created this problem and only they can solve it. Adam Richins, the Director of Finance, should take some credit for being the first person in the country to identify that cash flow is an issue, and it's a cash flow issue we're now facing. Time and time again, the last government buried its head in the sand and just allowed councils to stockpile DSG deficits. However, those deficits create cash flow problems, and BCP must fund that cash flow. Councils are not allowed to borrow money to run services, and within a year, BCP will run out of cash. The consequences of that and the inevitable Section 114 notice will be unimaginable. The Director of Finance has written to the DFE setting out the position. We've lobbied our MPs. We've dragged the DFE to a meeting. They've sent us a consultant, for what good that's worth. He has been given every assistance, and he has now written his report. We await advice and hopefully some assistance. The leader has written to the Minister. All MPs, apart from one, has countersigned a letter demanding urgent action. If the new government continue to deliver and delay, like the last government, this council, like many others, will be brought down. The costs, not just to service users, but all residents, staff, and indeed the government itself, will be monumental. Therefore, that's my summary of the MTFP, but there is a recommendation, and in accordance with the environment rules, the following permanent environment is recommended for approval by Council: to reduce the adult social care budget by 5.1 million and redirect these resources to support the additional costs of children's social care. This environment is to take account of the adult social care savings identified in quarter 4 of 23-24 after the budget had been set for this financial year, and recognising the pressures emerging in the first quarter of 24-25 for children's social care. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. And is that right, Councillor Burton? You want to second?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to second that, and I reserve my right to speak if needed.
Thank you. Councillors, who wishes to speak on minute 39? Okay. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Health and Adult Social Care Oversight and Scrutiny Board, and we discussed this matter. And I wasn't awfully convinced by the argument for taking £5 million out of health and adult social care and putting it into children's. Obviously, we are short of cash, as you keep telling us constantly, but I don't see the logic of taking money from one very stretched budget into another. Well, we were told that this may be related to monies put aside for individuals that had very significant care needs, expensive care needs that then weren't required. Well, that was in one quarter. So what happens in the next quarter when you have 2 or 3 new individuals that have significant care needs and all of a sudden the budget is under pressure again? I don't think we should be moving money around like this, and I feel that this is not a good way forward, and I think it should be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say that at the back of all of these things, there's this one major problem, and this is the SEND expenditure, the education and the special needs. And the thing is, if anyone was watching television last evening, there were reports on the national news and the regional news. Several councils across the country, all political persuasion, so it's not a particular party's getting into trouble and others aren't. It's happening all across the country, and I think it's rather unfortunate that when it comes to making representations, that not all 5 of our local MPs or MPs that cover this area have backed a letter saying something's got to be done. The last budget gave away a lot of money, unwisely in my opinion, and what it sort of effectively did was give away what money that could have been used to have straightened this out. And I think the future of local councils and council services is so important that we really need to get this sorted out. And if nothing else, I appeal to all our local MPs to back trying to get something done with this once and for all and putting the situation back correct.
Do I have anybody else wishing to speak before we sum up? Right, if that's the end of the debate, Councillor Cox, can you sum up for us? Oh, Councillor Burton, did you want to speak first? Oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor Canavan, I didn't see you there.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councillor Allen for her comments. I really worry about the timing of this decision. I mean, we understand the arithmetic, that has been explained. We understand the pressures within children's services, that's been also very well explained. But as Councillor Allen highlighted, we don't know what the future lies. And one of the things that the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee has set itself to do is to look within the budget at demand pressures. And the graphs on the demand pressures are increasing. So the scenario that Councillor Allen referred to could quite easily arise. Yet we're in a situation now where we're being asked to make a decision which, in my view, feels a little early until we've had time to consider what the implications of that are. So that's my reservation, Chair, and I just would welcome some reassurance that we are going to get an opportunity of ensuring that there is sufficiency within the budget to meet those possible contingencies. Thank you.
We suddenly have more debate. Councillor Joe Salmon.
God, some slightly slopey shoulders today, which knocks me off a little. At the end of the day, this council's start of Q1, we're out of money. You know, that's a section 114 or whatever. There is no more money left. And it's a bit depressing to hear the party who were in power when this mess was created go, oh, isn't it sad there's no money, and you keep on banging on about it. At the end of the day, it's a bit like that film Saw, you know, where some poor soul's chained up to a radiator with a bomb that's going to go off and he's got to hack off his leg. Now, nobody's pleased about having to hack off their leg, but that is where we are financially at the end of the day. There is no money. Now, it's really great for everybody to go, oh, actually, it's probably a bit of a bad idea moving this money about. I'm worried about it. All right, brilliant. What's your alternative? You know, is somebody proposing we go out and rob a bank? We go out and... because we can't raise rates anymore, we don't have that option, you know. None of us is buddies with anybody in Parliament, apart from we've got Vicky and then the other 4 who, hopefully, from Labour are going to do something decent. I don't know if we still got Chope. He got back in, didn't he? None of them are going to do anything for us, you know. We can't keep on going, oh, it's very sad there's no money, but should we really move this money about? We have to spend this money on the DSG grant. It's statutory. We can't not do it. It's like me going home and going, we're a bit skint. Should we not spend any money on the car insurance because I'm really sad about cancelling Netflix? I just got to get on top of this. And I think we've got to be really honest about what the root cause is. This isn't mismanagement that's happened in the last couple of years. This is systematic. This is a problem 30, 40 years in the making. And we've got to be a bit less slopey-shouldered about how we're going to deal with it and discuss it. I don't want to vote for this proposal, but I tell you what, I recognise it's the only option we've got. And I'm really disappointed to hear cynical criticism of, well, maybe we shouldn't move this money about. What's the alternative? We have to spend this money. We have to spend this money on the DSG. It's something we have to do. It's a statutory obligation. The money's got to come from somewhere. This is the most sensible place for it to come from. It's not a particularly good idea. And if somebody's got a better idea, don't just go, oh, this is a bad idea. If you're going to come with a problem, come with a solution as well. That's what we're paid to do. That's why we're here. We're meant to be public servants, not professional whingers. All right, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councillor Salmon. I think I heard a proposal there, rob a bank, or was that just... You're not actually putting that. Councillor Brown, I think.
Just to make clear, I'm not seconding that proposal. Although it has some merit, probably. Yeah, just to pick up the point about the revenue environment from adult social care to children's social care budget, which was raised by Councillor Allen and Councillor Canavan and was discussed and raised at the Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Just to be clear, this sort of relates back to the end of the previous financial year in Q4 2023-24 financial year, after this council had set the budget for this financial year in the February, and was effectively, it became clear at the end of, in the fourth quarter of the last financial year, that the anticipated caseloads, particularly in the learning disability and mental health area, had not materialised as they were anticipated within adult social care, and there was unspent budget within the learning disability and mental health area of around £5.1 million. So this request environment is to not say, oh, we've saved lots of money, let's do something with it. It's effectively to say there was unspent budget at the end of last year, so the adult social care budget wasn't under as much pressure for this year, or not anticipated to be, whereas children's social care budget was under pressure. So it's moving the £5.1 million, varying it between budgets, so that it's there because it's expected that children's social care will need to spend up to that limit. But the anticipation was that adult social care won't need to spend up to that limit because the cases didn't materialise in the last financial year. It's all a little bit of a guessing game because we never quite know what caseloads will materialise through the financial year. It's a case of, it's a demand-led service, and there can be all sorts of, even some individual cases can arise which weren't anticipated, or things can happen in particular families that can then suddenly be an expensive case that comes onto our books, or doesn't for whatever reason. So it's a really difficult thing to do, to actually set an adult social care budget where you can hit the bullseye at the end of the year, but adult social care teams manage to do it, usually within a couple of %, which is phenomenal, really, on the size of the budgets. But that's really where this £5.1 million is coming. It was unspent budget in the last financial year, so it's been moved to the children's social care budget.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'll have another go. Right. Councillor Cooper.
Okay, thank you. It's the first time I've been accused of having slopey shoulders and also being a professional whinger. I'm not. And we do have an understanding of what's been going on in the political economy post-war. There's been a massive invasion of neoliberal ideology, both politically and economically, and we are feeling the impacts of that now more than ever, that market forces can deliver public services. We've all colluded, well, I haven't, this is the first year I've been a councillor, but I certainly wouldn't collude with the past administrations in sleeping with that set of ideologies and putting up with 14 years of Conservative austerity. It's my job as a councillor to challenge that. I will say that both Jess and Neil and Tom have written, that's our Labour MPs, have written to government. I've seen the reply, And the government have said that they have contacted our officers here and are having conversations with them. I would like to know what those conversations are, so that's a request. So there is something being done. So that's what I'm just saying. And I haven't got slopey shoulders. I'm not a professional whinger. I'm an activist and a socialist, and I'll bring that to this chamber any time that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Burton, did you wish to second and speak now?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I shall be brief. I think that the debate that we've just had now demonstrates one of the most important functions of the local authority of this council, social care. Both adult social care and children's social care. It is the most important function, and it's also the most expensive function of the local authority. This spout of money moving from adult social care to children's, as I say, it's just because at this moment in time there was some money not spent. Children's need it. Adults do not need it at this moment. Maybe in the future we have an ageing population and we're getting less children. Maybe we will repay the debt and move it back the other way in years to come. But I very much support this, not just because because I have the children's portfolio. I think moving this money at this moment in time is the only way forward.
Councillor Cox, can you sum up now at the end of the debate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it was an interesting debate, and I do thank Councillor Hazel for raising this question, because it is an important question and it's a fair question. You know, why are we giving £5 million from adults to children? It was given because it was not needed, essentially, and the officers agreed it wasn't needed. And if it's not needed, there's no point in retaining it. And Children's Services did need it, and therefore that's why the environment is taking place. I can assure you, officers from every department fight very hard to retain their budgets, and so there was no fight given here. So it was available to be given, and I have to say I do enjoy, Councillor Salmon's contributions. I can't say that we should be robbing a bank, but we may have to do something illegal. Actually, we may have to do something illegal, and if we run out of cash, we have a choice. We either don't pay the government for their business rates, or we don't do statutory services, which we're legally entitled, we legally must do. So we can't win. So actually, it's not that bad an idea in reality. It's just the government we'll be nicking the money from. So I think it was Councillor Cooper that actually said, asked what the conversations were about. The conversations have happened. They didn't believe us. They wanted to come in and send their consultant in to check our books and records, and they've gone through there. They've written their report, and at the moment, I don't know what that report says. And as soon as I do, you'll all know, because if they don't support us, then we will be in trouble. Make no mistake. Thank you.
Members, I'm going to ask for a show of hands on this. So all those in favour? Got those. And me. Thank you. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you, members. That was carried. Moving on now to item 8, which is Cabinet the 2nd of October 2024. This is minute number 55, Poole Civic Centre. Councillor Mike Cox, I understand you're going to move the recommendation, and then Councillor David Brown is going to second the move. Can I just mention that there are appendices attached to the report, and they're exempt. So if any member wishes to get into those appendices, we will have to exclude the public and press, but we probably won't get into those. Councillor Cox, can you move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to move the recommendation, but just to say that wanted to say that the former head office of Poole Council was declared surplus to requirements in 2019. It stands empty today, and it has done for many years, consuming at least £19,000 of taxpayers' money every month. Since 2019, BCP has spent over £2.5 million just maintaining this building, and missed out on additional millions of pounds of council tax and business rates. In June 2022, a Future Places business plan was approved. 9 months and £500,000 later, an outline business case was agreed by Cabinet at the time to spend another £1 million to bring a full business case. The Future Places plan included getting BCP to underwrite £46 million on a speculative boutique hotel, I'd remind you, on a roundabout, and the sale of the rest for residential buildings. In March 2023, the previous administration proposals were defeated, and the council rejected these plans, preferring that a home be found for the coroner's office and the Poole Charter trustees within a vertical slice. Following the May 23 elections, a report to Cabinet in September 23 was not supported by the Cabinet, as not enough consideration had been given to the part of the site known as the vertical slice, which had been earmarked for the coroners and the Charter trustees. The coroners basically got fed up with the antics of politicians from all parties and found alternative accommodation. The Charter trustees have now been offered alternative accommodation. The sale of this site is included in the BCP local plan for housing and hotel development, a plan which was very widely consulted on. The sale of the site fits exactly with the principles of the cross-party strategic asset disposal working group. It is protected by a Grade 2 listed status. We cannot develop it ourselves. It's impossible to bulldoze it, as some seems to have implied. We cannot afford to keep it just gathering moss. This strategically important site must be sold for the benefit of the people of Poole and its residents, and cannot be allowed to waste millions and millions more while politicians squabble about what should or should not be done with it. As a council, we have a simple choice. We can sell it to a developer who would respect the heritage of the site, or we could continue to waste millions of pounds on costs and lost revenues. If councillors choose the latter, I will personally write to every single one of you who voted for that to waste taxpayers' money and demand that you decide which services you want to cut to maintain that status quo. The decision is that stark. I would urge you to support a slightly amended recommendation. The recommendation A stays the same, but recommendation B, I would just like to read out, because it's a slight amendment to it, and that is that it approves the open market disposal of the former Civic Centre in
Right, thank you very much, members. The live stream is back on now, so we're up and running. However, I think Councillor Cox, the live stream, unlike us, missed the last part of your speech. So can you just do the last little bit again for us? I'm not sure where. You'll have to ask Richard what he got.
Yeah, so, just the wording of the amendment.
The wording, the new wording of the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I just read out the full recommendation then as amended. The recommendation that Cabinet note the confidential draft minutes and the recommendations of the cross-party asset disposal working group meeting held on the 20th of September 2024, and new B, which says approve the open market disposal of the former Civic Centre in Poole on such terms to be approved by Cabinet based on a detailed report of bids received to support them in their decision-making, which includes social, environmental and financial benefits, as well as compliance and respect for the Grade 2 listing and the BCP local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Butt, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could we be assured that actually the part which was missing on live stream has actually been reread? Because I don't know how much was missing and how much Councillor Cox has just reiterated. Because I think it's a matter of public record that everybody does hear exactly what's going on in the chamber. So if part of the speech was missed on the live stream, could we please hear that again verbatim for a public record? Thank you.
Well, I'm assured that the officers have checked and that was the only bit that was missing. So thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Farquhar, you're standing.
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that to make an amendment to a paper, it has to be in writing to the monitoring officer and then it's distributed so everybody is aware of that. I don't think reading it out is the correct process to move an amendment to a paper.
Okay, pass that to the monitoring officer.
Councillor, I can confirm I did receive the amendment in writing. It was just very late in the day and there was a number of issues where we just haven't had the opportunity to circulate it, but I did receive it. I am content with the amendment and it does comply with the rules in the meeting procedure rules.
If I may, Madam Chair, may that be distributed, the actual wording, because it's been brought to my attention that that wording was actually agreed in the Cabinet meeting. So I think it's beholden upon all members in this chamber to see what the recommendation is that we're supposed to be voting on.
I think between us we can send that round, so we'll do that now before we reconvene.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Farquhar. So if you want to see the words to the amendment, check your emails. Councillor Bartlett, you were waving.
You've opened the debate on the motion, Chair.
Well, we've gone to the vote, Stephen, so I think we've finished that.
What? How do you manage that, Councillor Cox?
Sorry, Councillor Bartlett, once we've got the amendment, we can debate that then. Members, or indeed Councillor Brown, can I ask you that you're going to second the item with this amendment?
Yes, Chairman, I'm happy to second the proposal with the slightly added wording. And actually, I think it does enhance the proposal agreed at Cabinet. So.
Yes, I think we can hear pinging up here. Is that everybody getting an email? And if so, do we know what the amendment is? I think we're ready for that. So, Councillor Cox, you have put the amendment to us, and Councillor Brown is happy to second with the amendment. So, councillors, who wishes to speak first? This is minute 55. Councillor Bartlett, did you want to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In November 2021, Council approved a £1 million budget to create the vertical slice in the Poole Civic Centre to accommodate a permanent home for the coroner's service alongside the Poole mayoralty function. The other sections of the building and the wider campus would be repurposed. The supporting report stated the use presented a viable future for the retained building. In March 2023, full council agreed again that the Civic Centre would accommodate the mayoralty, but that the relocation of the coroner's service would be reconsidered by the transformation project. However, this did not discount the future use of the Poole Civic Centre. So 3 years after the original decision to create the vertical slice, we are now asked to sell the Civic Centre, with other options being explored for relocating the coroner's service and the Poole mayoralty. This is proposed primarily because the building is empty and costing £19,000 per month to maintain. However, what is not explained are the costs of relocating the coroner's service or accommodating the Poole mayoralty, nor are potential revenue streams for the other parts of the building considered. I fail to see how we can make this decision without a full understanding of what the overall financial, heritage or social implications are. I was disappointed to hear the leader's view expressed at Cabinet that she has no interest in older buildings or the heritage value that they have. But I do agree with her view that the council should get on with the things they should be doing and not maintaining empty buildings costing £250,000 per year. And this brings me back to the 2021 decision to create the vertical slice, which was considered as a viable future for the retained building. So what has changed during these 3 years? Well, we did waste £250,000 on an outline business case from Future Places, and we have incurred £19,000 per month in maintaining an empty building. But outside of this, the logic and decision to use part of the building for the mayoralty and the coroner's court remains valid. Had the original decision been implemented as it should have been, then we would not be discussing this issue now. Lastly, I welcome Councillor Cox's amendment, but unfortunately I can't go with it, and that's because it would go back to Cabinet for approval, whereas I believe the decision should still come back to full council for that approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Harman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak as one of the councillors elected to represent the ward in which the Civic Centre is located. And I speak as someone who recognises that those who elected us put their trust in us all to make sensible, prudent and informed decisions. I also know that given the bleak financial picture, many of those decisions that we're now being asked to make are incredibly hard, and this is one of them. Like many Poole residents and many of you in this chamber this evening, I have a huge amount of respect for the tradition and the history of the Civic Centre building. And as a former teacher, I recognise the importance of ensuring the retention of all that can teach us about our past. However, it's important to stress that the main building is Grade 2 listed, and therefore, as Councillor Cox said in his opening statements, The characteristics are protected. Furthermore, in the draft BCP local plan, it clearly states that any development proposals must, firstly, preserve or enhance the character and appearance of heritage assets and their settings, including the listed Civic building. Also, proposals should retain the rooms and features within the former Civic Centre with the highest heritage significance for communal uses and retain key views of the building. The heritage of the building is protected. It's also worth noting that through its specific inclusion as part of the proposed BCP local plan, and again this was mentioned by Councillor Cox at the beginning, it has already been consulted on and open to public consultation. In the draft local plan, it clearly states that the former Civic Centre is a site already allocated for mixed-use development, specifically mentioning the possibility of a hotel and residential development. And thanks to the hard work of colleagues such as Councillor Phipps and many of our officers, the consultation on the BCP local plan early this year has already been a robust, far-reaching and thorough consultation. I am pleased with the recommendation amendment to Part B, and if sold, the choice of the developer should come back to Cabinet and the decision should be both open and transparent and also take account of the social and environmental considerations as well as the financial. The paper states that local taxpayers, and we've heard this again this evening, have already covered over £2.5 million in operating costs for the Civic Centre, a value that is increasing by £19,000 every month. That is insane. And there can be no one here that thinks that this is a good use of the Council's incredibly limited resources. We cannot waste more taxpayers' money on an empty building. It would be an insult to our residents, and in my opinion, it would be grossly irresponsible to delay this decision any further. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Colleagues, I'm against this proposal for a number of reasons. Firstly, there is a better way than simply flogging off such a vital part of Pool's civic heritage. 20 months ago, such a plan was put to this council to approve the outline business case to redevelop this site for a mixed-use scheme, as we've heard. We had 20 expressions of interest alone in the hotel element, and to retain the civic mayoral function at this spot. Now, contrary to what you've heard from was implied by the Cabinet member this evening, that decision did not commit the Council to fund all of that project itself. The decision was actually to progress to full business case where that funding decision, likely a mixture of private and public funding, would be decided. However, as we've heard, that plan was rejected. But in that same meeting, again as we've heard, a firm cross-party commitment was made and agreed to retain the intention of hosting the mayoralty in this building. Now, this proposed decision, Chairman, completely backtracks on both of those plans. Simply selling this asset in its entirety leaves no control, not 1 ounce of control, with the Council for its future. And this decision also completely gives up on the future mayoral or municipal uses for this building, which has been a cornerstone of all of the previous plans. So there was a better way, but it's pretty clear that there is just no ambition from this administration to do anything but flog our regeneration sites off one by one. Secondly, as outlined in the attached minutes of the cross-party asset working group, it was only Councillor Canavan and I that objected to this sale. But I also put forward an additional proposal which was rejected by that group, and that concerned best value. In this, I said that if it were to be sold, which, I've disagreed with, but if it were to be sold, the expectation should be that it was marketed fully and the highest proceedable offer accepted. Now, if the Council was minded not to take the highest offer, they should explain why. And in my view, Chairman, that is the only way to ensure that we're actually protecting council taxpayers. Instead, that group rejected that proposal, and as we've seen from the Cabinet decision, preferred a matrix of considerations, including social and environmental benefits. I mean, seriously, this leaves me in no confidence that we will achieve best value that this is sold. Because let's be clear, if this decision is passed this evening, this, as we've heard from Councillor Bartlett, does not come back to full council. This decision is to delegate that decision on, in their words, such terms as is seen fit, and using this matrix approach to be sold by Cabinet alone, and not necessarily to the highest bidder. I just think that's simply not good enough. Colleagues, I don't think it should be flogged off. I don't think we should be giving up on the mayoralty or any civic uses, and we certainly shouldn't be allowing the final sale figure to be decided by Cabinet alone based on a matrix of factors. Thank you.
Councillor Aitkenhead.
So, yes, I speak as one of the councillors who represents people who live very close to the Civic Centre, just across the road, in fact. And I think, being one of the councillors for Poole, I want to broaden this out a little bit and talk a bit about how the residents see us and the work that we need to do to make sure that they trust us to make decisions. And I believe that if we want people to trust us when we make decisions, then we need to listen to them. And I do appreciate that Councillor Harman said it was a really difficult decision for her to make because she's got people in her ward who don't want to sell this building. But I think that we need to do in this case just a little bit more than just listening. We need to actually take some action. People in Poole have not really been listened to when it comes to the Civic Centre. Nobody consulted people in Poole as to whether they wanted to be part of BCP even in the first place. But here we are, we're in BCP, and then the Civic Centre was found surplus to use. Did anyone ask the people of Poole whether they thought it was surplus or not? No, that was decided by the council. Then it was given to Future Places. Did Future Places consult the people of Poole on what they wanted for it? This is happening time and time again. We're not consulting the people of Poole. But shockingly, when this went to, in fact, even more, the first shocking thing that happened was the first proposal to sell this was put on the end of a motion that was going to come to council months ago, and just stuck on the end without any paperwork or anything. And I was really shocked by that. It got sent back by scrutiny. And then what happens? It goes to the working group, and they're told the Charter Trustees working group agrees when they didn't. So there's a lot of misinformation going on here. So I think it's really important that we listen to the people of Poole. And I think what the people of Poole want is for us to consider some community use on this site. I've heard so many people say that. I don't believe it's impossible. I don't believe we've really looked into it. We've had years to do it, and we just haven't done it. So I'm saying that, yes, we've wasted loads of money on this building, so let's not just do things quickly and mess it up right at the end. Let's spend just that little bit more time we need to get it right and make sure that there is some community use for the people of Poole in this important historical and heritage site.
I'm not sure who's clapping, but we don't normally have clapping, however impassioned that was. I've got now to speak Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you might expect, I'm against these plans for the wholesale disposal of the Poole Civic Centre. This is not a strategic decision. It is merely one to try and balance the books at the cost of Poole's heritage. Whilst part of the civic estate in Poole could be hived off and sold for a capital receipt, retaining the central vertical slice, as has been discussed before and mentioned even by a member of the public earlier, this is not part of the plans before us today, and yet that would still assist the council financially and help them achieve their goals. This would also not preclude appropriate residential usage as identified in the local plan. It would also show the residents of Poole that BCP Council values and cares about Poole and Poole's heritage. And we've heard already that actually many residents feel as though they're not being listened to, and this would be another example. When it's gone, it's gone. No councillor should be prepared to allow our key assets to be sold without full consideration of the options available. These options are not available to us this evening. And if this were a site of significant heritage value and local interest to Christchurch or Bournemouth, then I would expect members from those towns to be equally concerned and resistant to such a proposal. I hope that all members will support Poole in preserving such a key heritage asset that can have a future use, not just for the Charter Trustees of Poole, but more importantly, for the people of Poole. After all, BCP may be one council, but more importantly, it is 3 towns, and we should look after each of those identities equally. Thank you.
Councillor Bagwell.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I can't get up. I fell over in Poole High Street and broke my foot. So anyway, I want to receive proof that the Poole Civic Centre is costing £19,000 per month, because I'm sorry, I can't see it. It's an empty building. It wasn't the councillor's decision to close it. It was the officer's decision to close it. I would also like to be given the cost of the warehouse that is holding all of the regalia going back centuries. And I also believe that this building should be kept as a Mayoralty Regalia Museum to make sure generations of Poole residents will have the ability to see what they own. It isn't ours, it isn't BCP's, it is actually the people of Poole's, and by which they should be able to see it and get to know it. We need to keep the Poole Civic Centre open. I do believe that Poole needs a bespoke hotel that could share the space with the Mayoralty and visitors to include the residents of Poole. There was never consultation, and even if there is consultation with the residents of Poole, it's always worded by officers so that they get the answers that they want. We all know that, and anybody can say, oh no, it doesn't happen that way. It does. You can't answer questions with a sentence or anything. You have to actually go yes, no through consultations. So they're not really representative of the people. I, for one, represent the residents of Hamworthy and Poole, and the regalia held here in this building and about the BCP area should be back in its rightful place, which is Poole Civic Centre, which, by the way, also has better disability access as well, just to put it out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. I've got Councillor Trent next.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that I think the history lesson is going to be very useful in this, in as much as mayor making took place in May 2022, of which I was made Mayor of Poole. The original plan was that the Poole Civic Centre was to be closed for 6 months to enable the vertical slice work to take place, and that it would be reopened at the end of the year, and we would have had a mayoral parlour, a place for the Charter Trustees to meet and so on, and it was going to be shared use with the Coroner's Court. Unfortunately, with 4 days' notice, the then leader of the council seemed to, not the word unanimously, but off his own accord, decide that something else was going to happen and cancelled the vertical slice work, and came up with the idea of the hotel. And I met as mayor Future Places, and we looked around and so on, and I thought, well, some of what they were talking about was perfectly reasonable, except they were on a trip to nowhere trying to get a hotel out of it. Now, I did submit an amendment which unfortunately wasn't deemed acceptable because it didn't meet all of the criteria. I shared it with all members so that they can see what I was trying to build into it, but it was trying to get the council out of the panic state that it's in, selling the Civic Centre, by dividing the site into 3 elements, and one of them possibly could have been sold immediately or used immediately. And I think it's unfortunate that that wasn't able to go any further. But I do think that we are in a tricky situation. I don't feel happy with what's happening. I feel slightly better with some of the amendment that's been put in, but I'm still unhappy on that. But you know, really, we do need to think this through differently. And it's just a pity, really, that we haven't had the level of input into it. It would have been rather nice for it to have been looked at by scrutiny, for example. And I do feel that we haven't had the level of input that it needs. But we do need to try to ensure that this building, or the part of the building that has a strong historic connection, still survives. And it just seems crazy that we're in another town hall that has all the various bits and pieces kind of protected, and Poole has zero, nothing. And, you know, we may be getting a lounge, but we really do need to rethink this and try to come up with something that achieves the aims of making a capital receipt out of it, or out of the part of the site, and actually, again, protecting our heritage in the process. So I do hope that we can move in that direction.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Pete Miles, Mayor of Poole.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise tonight because I just think this is an ill-thought idea. And I agree with Phil. I don't normally agree with Phil, but they don't, this submission don't show any ambition here. And they have no stomach, but I think that's pretty well down to the amount of money we've lost over the last few years, or squandered money in various things that we've done. And the proceeds of this won't go to the people of Poole, I'm sure. It will go into the vacuous hole that we know this BCP, and it will just plug a gap. I think with some thought, there are ways to regenerate our long-term future and income for this very short-sighted, especially with the town councils looming to us. I've had brief discussions with developers about this, just saying, is there a partnership available? Would there be partnerships available for something that would work for us and would work for them? And they said, for sure, that there would be something on the table for those things. And as the current mayor of Poole, I'm constantly meeting and listening to people, Poole residents. BCP is not liked by most of all. They say it's badly managed, and it's a failure to their town. And that's pretty sad, coming from the residents we're supposed to look after. And they say, the message I hear, that despite the creation of BCP, there is still a true sense of history and civic pride. And that comes over an awful lot. Sorry. And people, and the people of Poole, we need a building which is our civic centre, as the heart of the town. And we don't really want to be managed by Bournemouth. We haven't joined it, and we've just been absorbed by it. So people are shocked when they hear that the Mayor of Poole works out the back of an Audi, and the civic regalia is hidden from public view and spread in various locations across BCP, while the building that is heart of the town lays idle. We could be utilising that massive car park at the Civic, the solar panels, etc. Instead, it's left to rack and ruin with an extortionate cost, which I don't believe. And rather than look at the best use, the site, and gain revenue from its long term, we are talking about a fire sale, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howell, you had your hand up.
Thank you. Before we start, can I just confirm, because of the confusion at the start, this isn't an amendment we're talking to at the moment. Okay, so we'll get another shot in case we run out of time.
I'll pass to the monitoring officer.
Well, I just want to ask the question because I don't know.
So no, just to clarify, the proposal was amended by the mover, and therefore this is a single debate on this. So you don't get a second chance to go back at this. This is the motion as proposed with that amendment. Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on, Councillor Howell. Councillor Farquhar, you're standing.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't think that's quite correct, because the paper was published to the public and it was published to us, and the amendment is related to the recommendation B. The recommendation, the first we heard of it was in this room when it was read by Councillor Cox verbatim. The monitoring officer then said that an amendment had been received. The procedure for looking at an amendment, to my understanding, is you debate the amendment that has been proposed and seconded, and then you vote on that amendment that then becomes a substantive. You do not start with an amendment and say this is a substantive. Thank you.
I think the monitoring officer will...
Chair, for clarification, I'll just put my glasses on. We are currently working to reference of Council Procedure Rule 14.12, which is alteration to motions or amendments. A councillor may alter a motion or amendment of which they have given notice and may also, with the consent of the seconder, alter a motion or amendment which they have moved. In both cases, the consent of council, the committee or subcommittee is required. There should be no discussion whether consent should or should not be given. I think the issue was that the live streaming fell in the middle of the issues and we were dealing with the technicality. So the technical issue that is absent from here is whether the consent of council has been obtained regarding the alteration to the motion in accordance with Rule 14.12. But there was an issue because we did just deal with the technical issue, which just did distract us a little bit, and I apologise, Chair.
Councillor Farquhar.
Chair, if it helps, I do believe that a technical issue is not a reason to not follow the rules of debate and how an amendment is actually moved. I do not recall council being heard to be vote on the amendment being accepted. And as monitoring officers just said, it is for the council to accept that amendment.
I'm advised that I can formally ask the members of the council present, having debated this, starting to debate it, whether we could go back and actually accept the amendment which has been put by the mover of the motion and also his seconder. So is that agreed that we accept the amendment as per Councillor Farquhar's worries?
Without debate, Chair. Then no councillor can speak unless it's a formal point of order.
Right, without debate, yes. So the question is that having not put this initially, when Councillor Cox put his amendment and then we had a technical fault, which I'm afraid I don't agree doesn't make a difference. It does make a difference because it totally broke the whole thing up. But I bow to Councillor Farquhar. It didn't make a difference then, and we are now asked to, as the councillors here present, accept that we will agree the amendment which we're debating now. And that's without debate, George. So I am asking for a vote. Yes, do we accept it? That's a question of a vote.
Chair, excuse me, I'm on a point of standing to a point of order.
So if it's a point of order, then we need to know which constitutional provision is being voted.
Okay. Which point of order, George? Thank you.
The point of order is that you cannot ask for a vote without a debate on the amendment. To my understanding,
Sorry,
we
Chair,
have
if
not
I may.
had a debate on the amendment.
If I may, if you have a point of order, you are required to state the relevant procedure rule, because it does state that in the Constitution. At the moment, we're operating under Rule 14.12, and the Chair is seeking the consent of Council without debate as to whether they would accept the amendment to the recommendation put forward by Councillor Cox and supported by his seconder. It is a simple vote. There is no debate on whether consent of Council is sought. If Council does not consent to the amendment, then we revert back to a more traditional style role of we then debate the amendment, have a vote, and then debate the substantive motion that has been put before Council. But this current request from the Chair of Council is simply seeking consent without debate whether or not to accept Councillor Cox's additional wording, if I may put it that way, which has been seconded. Thank you, Chair.
Just to be really clear, if I may, that is not agreeing the resolution, it is simply agreeing that the debate is on the amended motion. So those words are incorporated. And I'll repeat, for the Chairman's point of view, that once the Chairman decides this is to be done without debate. Yeah. So if anybody has a point of order, then they need to quote the exact constitutional provision on which they're raising that point of order. That is also in the Constitution. Councillor Farquhar is still standing, yeah. Chairman.
So, Councillor Farquhar, your point of order.
Calling on 12.4, as the monitoring officer has just read out there, is that we may well move to an amendment without debate. Highly unusual, but that's fine. What I would call for is that this is a recorded vote, and I seek the support of the Council by 25%. Thank you.
At the appropriate time. Can you just say that then?
We would certainly look to members at the appropriate time when this debate comes to a vote for you to decide whether you want to do it as a recorded vote or not, which will require a quarter of the Council to ask for that.
I'm sorry, just to be clear, Chair, I'm asking to move to the vote without discussion or debate. I'm asking for that to be a recorded vote. If that is possible, with advice from the monitoring officer. Thank you.
We'll just check that.
Can we just pause that? Because my understanding was that councillors wished me to ask councillors whether they accepted the amendment that was offered to us by the proposer. So which vote are you asking us to record then, Councillor Farquhar, if any?
Sorry, Chair, if it helps and clarify the matter.
Chair, if I may, the question is whether this can be a recorded vote. In accordance with Rule 18.3 of the Council's procedure rules, when a councillor asks for a recorded vote to be taken and 1/4 of the councillors present support the request, the vote will be recorded to show whether each councillor voted for or against the motion to be abstained. So the request is there a quarter of councillors present who support your request for a recorded vote?
Can I just say from the chair, I'm totally baffled now. I'm not even sure what we're voting on recordedly. So I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to tell us what we are voting on.
Thank you, Chairman. So the Council is being asked to vote on whether it accepts that the debate should be around Councillor Cox's amended motion. And in the meantime, we have been asked whether the indication whether you accept that could be a recorded vote, which it could be if a quarter of councillors were to request that. But it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. So agreement for a recorded vote on whether we accept that we vote on that we discuss the amendment. So I want a quarter of the councillors to say yes to a recorded vote or not.
I can't see a quarter showing.
I can't see anybody.
No?
Okay. So that's fallen. So now we are going to vote on. I'm going to have to look at the monitoring officer again.
Whether we.
Yeah.
So this is on whether Council consents that the amendment that Councillor Cox has put to his own motion be debated.
Can we have a show of hands on that then? No, so does the debate we've already had count?
Yes. Well, that's agreed. That's a majority. So that's.
Thank you, members. So that's agreed. And I'm reliably informed that we don't have to go through the debate again and everybody doesn't have to say what they said again. So I'm going to take it back up now. I'm sorry, who wants to... Yes, well, I think everybody was letting off steam, Anne, don't worry. Hang on. So I am going to go back to Councillor Howell, who was standing when Councillor Farquhar stood. Thank you, Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to say I have put forward a proper amendment, which I've sent around to the officers, and I would ask for a recorded vote on that. So if I don't get a chance to actually read it before the 3 minutes ends. As Sheriff of Poole, I feel that I can talk about this. I'm also chair of the Civic Working Group, the Charter Trustees, but I don't think there's a conflict between the opinions that have been expressed there amongst trustees that have engaged, and the opinions I've heard from pool councillors who haven't similarly engaged with me. This is a very important building. If you look at the minutes of the asset disposal group, one of the criteria they're supposed to follow is to assess the heritage cultural value of the building. There's no evidence in the minutes that they've done that. It's really important that if we can keep that in public use, which we cannot guarantee if it is sold. Frankly, I've got no confidence that the process has gone through, there's been a proper process in terms of seeing whether we can use this building and keep it in public use. We know there was a plan that we got to an advanced stage for a vertical slice. We know that the coroners are looking for a place. Currently, the council plans to rent somewhere and do it up for the coroners, so do up somebody else's building and pay for it for the coroners, when we could be using the pool Civic for that in the vertical slice. And we, by all accounts, at one stage they were amenable to that before the council took a different direction. There's an issue about liability. This building is, some people are talking as if we sell this vertical slice, then that's extra money we can use for other things. Actually, it's a liability. This site is going to be used as a whole for residential, but that bit can't be used for residential. So actually keeping it part of the whole site is actually going to reduce the amount of money that we get for the rest of the site, because it's a liability, not an asset. We need, also there's an issue which I've raised with council costs about special expenses. There are provisions where a pool committee could be set up, erase a precept, and potentially pay for community space that would, out of separate precept, that could support the use of that building. So in summary, that really importantly as well, mentioned earlier, about the cost, the Civic, the car park there with the solar panels is broken. We're not getting any revenue from that. How long has that been going on? And the officers are complaining about how much it costs. It's crazy. So I'd like to move the amendments, which I'd be grateful an officer could read out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Just give us...
Well, I've sent it to the officers and they can send it to everybody.
Chair, if I may, I have literally only just received the proposed amendment from Councillor Howell. I just need a couple of minutes to just read through it before I make a determination. Apologies.
So we're sending it back. Councillors, the monitoring officer is going to say a word before we send it round.
I've actually just sent it round for convenience.
Thank you for that, Councillor Howell. That's helpful. I'd like to thank Council for their indulgence and affording us the time. My view is, in accordance with Rule 14.9 of the Council's Constitution, that this is a valid amendment. However, I would just like to invite my colleague Adam, just to provide some financial advice to Council, because I'm mindful that there may be some implications which do need considering.
Right, thank you, members. Mr. Richins is going to have a word.
So, members, have everybody read the proposed amendment from Councillor Howell? Do you want me to just give you a few minutes to read it first? Because I think you need to read it before I give you advice on it. You say it. Great.
Yeah. Councillor Howell, as we're on the live stream, it would be very helpful for anybody who's watching and the members in the gallery if you were to read out the amendment as you've sent it round, please.
Okay, thank you. Replace Part B with proceeds to market testing on the basis of disposal of the whole site and disposal of the site minus the vertically sliced civic function, and that the viability of retaining the vertical slice in public use, incorporating the pool mayoralty function, and potential community and coroner use be properly considered by the Council, with any decision as to disposal being reserved to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Howell.
So if I come in at that point in with regards to advising on the financial implications, because as you'll probably appreciate as a chamber, it's really difficult to advise on the financial implications at short notice. My initial reaction is that actually the suggested amendment could add, and I could add a little bit of delay to the process. And as Councillor Cox has pointed out, we are spending in excess of £19,000 a month on this asset, and therefore there could be an additional cost as part of the recommendation. But there's a lot of coulds in that statement, because it's really difficult to know what the precise implications are with regards to the timing between what the substantive motion is and on what the proposed amendment is, without further consideration.
Just the implication of that is if Council were to agree that amendment, then we'd have to go through Cabinet and look at the budget and bring that back through to Council. So I think we now need a seconder and then a debate.
Right. So, councillors, did you hear that advice? We need a seconder. I can see Councillor Rice putting her hand up.
Yes, happy to second.
And reserving your right to speak, and then we debate on this amendment of Councillor Howell's. I'll just wait while the officers get back in place.
This is on the amendment.
I've forgotten what Mike's name is. So, Councillor Tarling, you're speaking to the amendment as before us.
Yeah, thank you very much. This amendment seems to take us back to where we are with future places and the revision of different business cases. I'm quite happy to remain silent on the whole, whether you get to retain a civic centre, but this I see effectively as a wrecking motion or a wrecking amendment, which effectively stops this process and puts it back through Cabinet and Budget again, which although our financial officer has just told us it's going to take maybe a month, it might take another whole cycle to do it. So just caution fellow councillors here that this motion will actually send this back around the loop again, and I see it really as a wrecking amendment. I wouldn't support it on that basis. Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar, you're speaking to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I do apologise for the confusion. I was taken a little bit blindsided by the first time which I've witnessed in this chamber, an amendment being moved without debate. So I do apologise to you, Chair, and I apologise to the Council for delaying the debate to go on. I will be in support of Councillor Howell's motion. The simple reason for that is that in the initial debate that we had, there's a very strong feeling that the vertical slice is a key part of this sale. And the reason I'm supporting the motion is because it allows us the best of both worlds. It is simply asking for market testing to say, what would the market bear if we sell it as a whole, or, as Councillor Howes pointed out in his introduction to the amendment, is that would it be viewed as a liability, and therefore it gives the opportunity for the Council to retain the vertical slice. I will speak to the vertical slice later on, but to my particular view, it's supportive of the idea, which I have, is that the vertical slice, we are starting at the wrong place. We're starting after the flawed exercise that was Future Places. And we are starting with this paper at what Future Places had recommended. So therefore, I think that the vertical slice should be brought back to the table, and whatever means that it's necessary, so that it can be debated properly, because the paper as presented is at the wrong starting place. It is after the flawed recommendations of a flawed exercise of Future Places, which was voted down by this council and was rejected as the way that we actually want to proceed. I want to speak more to the heritage of Poole, but I wanted to take the opportunity not to speak before those Poole members in this room had the opportunity to speak to their heritage asset. But the other part of it is that we're starting in the wrong place because we have so many, thankfully, so many new councillors in this chamber after the May 23 local elections that are not aware of the back history to why it is. And one of the reasons that I support the motion from Councillor Howell, because we heard the word a panicked decision. And I do believe that this is a panicked paper and a panicked decision that's trying to be bulldozed through council. Thank you very much. I will be in support of the motion, the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. I've got Councillor Joe Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. I feel a bit cheeky because I am a Bournemouth councillor, but I'll give my 2 pence because the ratepayers' money all goes into the same pot, doesn't it, at the end of the day? I think it's a bit interesting how many people abstained just now on the budget where we're taking 5 million out of adult health and social care, whacking that into children's services, and now talking about, oh, maybe we could blow another 5 million for the next 2 years, keeping the building empty. We can't live in a fantasy world where we've just got all the money in the world to keep this on the books. And if we look at what's been tried before with Future Places, I mean, all Future Places really did was made sure we feature in Private Eye fairly regularly, cost us 5 million quid or more, and didn't get anything done. And I worry that all of these ideas, oh, I'm sure there's something we could do with this building. I mean, God, it's been sat empty for 2 years, costing us £2.5 million. I mean, I'm sometimes disparaging of the people in this chamber and whatnot, but I'm sure that that wasn't intentional. I'm sure some things have been tried. At the end of the day, though, I like Mark's amendment. Sometimes I agree with lots of people in this chamber, and I thought Phil made a good point. He didn't like the idea that if we approve the motion unamended, then the decision of the sale and where it goes is left to Cabinet, which is something, given the importance of the site, I'm not keen on. I like the idea that Mark's amendment says if we're going to dispose of the building, then that comes back to council. I'm up for that. That sounds sensible. It sounds like that's the right way to go forward. At the end of the day, we're almost certainly going to have to sell this off because we're skint, you know? And there's no point in wish casting that or otherwise, and that we somehow have the money to develop this and to do all those things. That money's just not there, you know? So yeah, let's just vote for it as amended. Mark has put forward a perfectly sensible solution. And much as Adam has thrown up, look, this will delay the sale and there will be a cost for that, there are so many uncertainties here that actually to rush through the decision and going for we will dispose of this and we'll do it at Cabinet doesn't really seem that much safer than Mark's proposal. There are so many unknowns here. Mark's put forward a decent idea. This feels like it's going to be a very long, arduous process, but I think we vote for Mark's amendment and then approve the motion as a whole. It's a sensible idea. That's it. I'll pipe down.
Yes, I think that this amendment is a really good compromise. I note that says we should consider the disposal of the whole site and disposal of the site minus vertically sliced. So it is a compromise. It's not actually what I wanted to see at the beginning, but I think that it makes sense to consider both options since since the chamber here, we are split on what we think. There's some people think one thing, people think another. So guess what? Why don't we look into both? So I hear the argument that it's going to be a lot of process and it's going to go round in circles. If that's the case, then we need to do something about our processes because this is full council here. If we make this decision and we pass this, the officers ought to be able to just go and get on with it. Shouldn't need to go round in any circles. And if it does, we need to amend our way of working so it doesn't go round in circles and what this council decides happens. So I believe this work to look at the two options should have already been done. If it has been done somewhere in the background, then it won't be any more effort to actually present us with the information from it. It says market testing, proceed to market testing. That's what you were going to do anyway. That will take a bit of time because it means going around talking to people about what they want to do with the site and actually considering both options while you're doing that. I don't see any reason why it should take that much longer. So I think all these arguments about how much longer it's going to take, they just don't chime with me at all. I think this is a great compromise, and I think we can vote this amendment through, and then we can all vote for the motion, and then we will have come to an agreement, a consensus between us, rather than having a political disagreement. So let's all just get this done and vote for the amendment and then vote for the motion.
Yes, I got Hadley then Broadhead.
But please don't vote for the motion if it's not amended.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Hadley next and then Councillor...
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I fully understand and appreciate the financial strain that we are under as a council and why we've got here and what we've been trying to do about it. I would like to speak to the sense of motion as well, but in terms of the amendment, paragraph 18, the Charter Trustees' agreement to sell the Civic Centre, I don't recall that having actually gone through the Charter Trustees in Poole. The vertical slice is not the Future Places version, it's the agreed position that precedes that, and it's not the whim of the ex-leader to create his fantasy boutique hotel. Paragraph 21, Council on 21st of March rejected the fantasy hotel plan. That wasn't recognised in the report. It was recognised by my colleague, Councillor Cox, when he introduced the subject. The Coroner's Service may be fed up, but it's BCP Council who will have to pay for enabling them to use the alternative. Was the decision to remove the pool vertical slice as an option for the coroner of their making, or was it someone within the council? This council will have to pay for their proposed remained accommodation, which ironically I understand Bournemouth Council used to own. And that the significant cost of that refurbishment of the building is not included in this decision, and I think it should be. So I will be supporting this amendment because I think it is a sensible way to actually look again holistically at the plans were all drawn up as earlier Councillor Trent said. It was within 4 days of starting the work when Councillor Mellor pulled the plug, ex-Councillor Mellor pulled the plug, and I don't think it should need to delay. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Like others, I will be supporting the motion as well. I don't agree with Councillor Tarling's point that it is a wrecking motion. I actually think it could be an enabling motion. In the prior debate, we heard loud and clear from members across all of the towns and indeed all of the parties that there was a feeling that this was rushed, that it was hasty, but more importantly, it ignored the possible community and civic uses in favour of just simply taking a decision to sell it and sell it quickly. What I like about this proposal is it enables some market testing to explore whether those uses are possible and indeed whether they're possible to work with the people that are interested in the building as well. I'm actually less welded one way or the other to a vertical slice option or not. And the reason is, Chairman, because as part of the previous soft market testing that was done on this site, I know that there is an awful lot of appetite for some solutions to come forward which actually maintains the community and civic uses whilst not necessarily arbitrarily using a vertical slice. So I think that might even be uncovered by the soft market testing. But at the very least, we get more time to think about it. We get time to actually go out there and find out what the appetite is for both of the different options and maybe even more. But then really crucially, and I've raised this in my initial speech, it then makes that decision will come back via Cabinet to full Council rather than it being taken purely by Cabinet alone. So if only for that reason, I think it gives us a really good opportunity to look at more of the facts, look at the outcome of the soft market testing, and absolutely we should be pushing to try and get some community uses here. My last point, I do hope that this soft market testing is taken seriously. If we come back in 5 or 6 months and the answer is, I'm sorry, councillors, but the soft market testing didn't really go very well and we don't really want to show you all of the detail, that will simply not be good enough. We expect the process to be robust, we want to see all the details, and then we will take the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chair. 19,000 a month, that's what I wrote down at the beginning of this debate. Now, I like old buildings. This one, 1932, I think, built probably about 2 years after my father was born, so that sort of gives some context. And I understand that a lot of people really feel attachment for this. The building has been in use for a long time. However, of course, it wasn't the original.
Councillor, I think Councillor Bagwell's hoping that you'd face her rather than me this time. Although, yes.
Okay. Shall I just speak a bit louder?
Well, it's lifting your mic up.
And the microphone a bit.
And then, although you're supposed to address yourself to the chair, you're quite welcome to do it to the wider room.
Okay. As I said, I like old buildings. The building will remain because it's Grade 2 listed, so it doesn't matter what we actually decide here. It's not going to be knocked down. My ward is a pool ward. Well, 3/4 of it is anyway. So do the people of Poole actually want this building to use that amount of money? I was doing some calculations about how much money has been spent on that building once we've been having this debate tonight. It's quite a scary amount actually per minute. Using it for the mayoralty, do the people of Poole want their entire precept to be spent on maintaining a building? For occasional use for meetings and to housing and regalia. Coming back to the £19,000 a month, I really feel that any delays we need to avoid. We need to move on with this and get it sold and start using that for other things in Poole. You know, wouldn't it be sad if we said, OK, we've saved that building with the vertical sites, but because of that, the cost, we'll have to close Poole Library or close the museum to save the money to enable this to happen. So although I do feel the passion here, I think we just need to move on, and I wouldn't support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the amendment. I think it is important that this decision comes back to Council. I think the people of Poole would expect this decision to come back to Council. I think they would expect us to have done some proper, thorough investigative work into what can be done with this site going forward for their benefit and as well as generating a cash receipt for this council. So yes, I will absolutely be supporting, and thank you to Councillor Howell for bringing it forward.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Brown next.
Thank you, Chair. I've been around a while, and I come to this debate and I just feel like it's deja vu. It's, and I forgive those people who were newly elected last year who haven't been around through all of the various discussions and debates. But particularly on this point on the vertical slice, I can't support that amendment. Because this has been discussed time and time again. You know, it was obviously considered by Future Places last year in their outline business case, and we decided not to go forward with the fuller business case. But it was also back in October 2021, 3 years ago, this was thought about, and the report from March of last year where we debated this said in October 2021 the council agreed to retain a slice of the historic building to support the charter trustees and the coroner's function, etc., and other civic requirements. But the important thing for me that then says, and talking about the finance director talking about the financial implications, it then says, and allocated a budget of £1 million to undertake segregation works to the building to enable this use. That was 3 years ago. We've had inflation since then. Nobody that's spoken about wanting to look into this vertical slice bit has mentioned anywhere about where they're going to find the £1 million plus to carry it out. And we had actually, I remember we had a site visit to discuss the vertical slice. That's the extent to what it's been discussed. Councillors were on site. I was there. I spoke to officers about it. Doing the vertical slice isn't just a case of putting stud walls up in the corridors and saying, right, that bit's the heritage bit. As soon as you do that, that vertical slice is uninhabitable. There are no fire escapes. The people, if you're in the vertical slice, you used to go through other parts of the building to escape the building. You segregate that off. You've then got to build new fire escapes. What is that going to be? A whole load of black railings over the Grade 2 listed frontage so people can get out of the building. You've got massive costs in segregating that part of the building and actually making it habitable for people to work in it, because it wasn't designed like that. It was designed so people could escape through other fire escapes. That's just one element of it. Then you've got heating systems, electrical systems. I've been involved with Grade 2 listed buildings. They're incredibly difficult and expensive to maintain. I just think the vertical slice is a non-starter. If you've got to look at over £1 million budget to actually do it, and nobody's mentioned where that £1 million is going to come from, I think this is a non-starter. We need to get on and do things. We need some financial reality in this chamber. We can't delay it. We're going to run out of money. We need financial reality. We need to proceed with the sale of this overall site and avoid more dithering and more delays, because it's been over 3 years since we've discussed this and discussed the vertical slice, and the vertical slice will take additional money. I'd love for somebody to tell me where that money's coming from, because I don't see anywhere it's coming from. What libraries, what day centres, what other council services are you going to close down to fund that? Nobody's telling me that. We need some financial reality.
Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you. The Mayor, the Sheriff, the Charter Trustees and most importantly, the people of Poole deserve a suitable, a dignified and an appropriate location. And that should be within the Grade 2 listed part of Poole Civic Centre. It might be, in some people's opinion, just an old building on a roundabout, but it's not, is it? It's precious. It has great features. It's accessible. And its location opposite our beautiful pool park is actually fab. I'm told, in fact, just told this evening, the Coroner's Court would actually be content to be based at Poole Civic. There is a proposed location for them in Bournemouth, but we don't have any costings. How could we possibly go ahead and agree this without even knowing how much that would cost? Is it £1 million? Is it £2 million? Is it more? The Charter Trustees have not been offered a suitable alternative. There are possibilities at the Guildhall, but at a cost and to the detriment of the current services based there. And also, really importantly, without suitable storage for Poole's heritage assets and limited space to display them, whereas there is storage at the Civic. And just on that note, Chief Exec, I'm still waiting for a response to how our assets are being protected rather than shoved in a cupboard in a bit of tissue paper. So I'd really like an answer to that. Thank you. So I'm supporting this amendment, and I really ask that members do not vote to sell off this valued asset for what seems like an extraordinarily low price, and then decided on by just a few members of this council, not all of us. Our residents won't forgive us. Please support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. Very simply, once it's gone, it's gone. I think that's something that somebody quoted. You know, you make a decision quickly. It's unfortunate that it's taken so long and it's come round and round and round, but it's very clear from the voices in this chamber that just because it's taken a long time to make the decision doesn't mean that we should now rush it. And I think that we will regret it if we just sell it off and we don't look at the alternatives and we don't look at how they could be costed. I also I feel that, you know, heritage is important. I think we should be considering it strongly. I think the people's voices of Poole are very important. I apologise, I know I'm a Bournemouth councillor, but that doesn't actually stop me having an opinion. And I just think it's far too big a decision not to come back to council, and that's the main reason why I would be supporting this amendment, and I encourage members throughout this chamber to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I do share the concerns of many in the chamber, especially Councillor Bartlett, Broadhead, Aikenhead, Miles, Mark Howell. I do agree with Mark Howell's amendment, and Rampton. How could I forget you? You're quite small, so I missed you. One of my concerns was obviously the value in the confidential report, as Councillor Rampton did say, seems staggeringly low. If you're going to flog the family silver, at least don't flog it on the cheap. And let's make sure, if we do decide to flog it off in the end, then we've explored all the options to either maximise the cash we get or the benefits we get for it. In response to Councillor Miles' comments about the people of Poole not having much faith in this council, I agree, but don't worry, it's not just the people of Poole. Sometimes I feel like that in Kinston as well, and the people I speak to do. But I commend both you and your colleagues in the Poole People's Party for standing up to your coalition partners who seem to be ignoring the people of Poole as well. Councillor Cox, I can save you an email. This is what we can cut or could have saved. 20 mile an hour rollout, 300 grand a year, 100 grand on new committees with councillor allowances, thousands wasted on consultations such as Poole Park, which was then ignored, and then the money spent on the work on that. The cycle lanes, the list goes on. We'll save you the cost of relocating the mayoralty, and we can save the cost of the coroner's court. There is cash we can save, and there are opportunities here, so I'll be supporting Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Okay, I forgot who I was for a minute. Yeah, I support the amendment. BCP Council's proposal really to sell off the Civic means another public asset will end up in private hands in some way. It started with youth centres and community centres and libraries, taking cafes out of libraries, and so on it goes. And public assets paid for by the blood, sweat and tears of the working class in a post-war agreement are just being pushed into the private sector. And what do we want, I would say? This is a quote from a Poole resident in Hamworthy Library. BCP Council should set up a public consultation to ask local people how they wish to see the building used. After I asked them if they ever read the local plan. They hadn't, they had no idea what it was. It's a community asset, and as such the community should have a say in what happens. Why is it important? Those of us who want to see Poole thrive as a community must save the Civic Centre for future generations. The building could be used for affordable housing, built well, I might add, community spaces, business hubs and council services. If the Civic Centre is sold off, we'll never get it back. And Poole doesn't need another load of posh flats built to poor standards that local people can't afford. Protecting heritage, culture and history is vital because it preserves the identity and collective memory of our communities. Historical buildings and places are not just physical structures, they carry the stories of the past, safeguarding these elements for future generations can appreciate and learn from the rich history that has shaped their present. As a Poole Charter trustee, responsible to protect this heritage is crucial for fostering pride in our local identity, promoting cultural education and supporting the economic benefits of heritage tourism. Cultural vandalism, responding to the leader's quote in Cabinet about old buildings. While the need of housing is undeniable, it's important not to dismiss the value of historical buildings. These old buildings often showcase craftsmanship and materials that modern constructions struggle to even match, particularly when we consider the poor quality of some recent developments. Heritage buildings have stood the test of time and contribute to the character and uniqueness of place, which can't be revived or replaced by generic new builds. Preserving them doesn't mean ignoring housing while protecting the culture and history that gives our communities their soul. Cultural vandalism. Here's a quote by the architectural historian Robert Bevan from The Destruction of Memory, Architecture and War, 2006, addressing cultural vandalism and its impact. The destruction of buildings and monuments is not only an assault on the physical environment, but an attack on the memory and identity. It's about erasing history, silencing narratives, and undermining a sense of belonging for entire communities. And I think that belongs to Christchurch, Bournemouth, and Poole when we talk to our residents. We will not allow that.
You've had your time, Councillor.
Okay. So the people of Poole will be hit hard by yet another decision that decimates our tradition and memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I certainly support this amendment, and I support all my colleagues supporting the amendment, all the things that we've heard here this evening. The main reason being that whatever the complexities of this extremely important matter are today, I support the amendment as it affirms the democratic imperative for all 4,000 of our residents across BCP, in that they're properly represented by their ward representatives. And it's going to come back to council. This amendment states it to come back to council, not to be made by a small body of 10 councillors when we have 26 who are to make the decision as to what happens to the Civic Centre in Poole, ostensibly for the people of Poole, but also for the benefit of all 400,000 residents. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Right, thank you, councillors. That was a very full debate. Now I'm going to ask... Oh, sorry. Councillor Cox, you were going to come back after Councillor Rice, I thought.
Councillor Rice, Councillor Howell, then Councillor Cox.
I've been told, Councillor Cox, and I was agreeing that, with myself, that I am going to ask Councillor Rice, who seconded the amendment, to speak, and then Councillor Howell, who proposed the amendment, and then you. Is that okay? Thank you. So, Councillor Rice, going back to you, you seconded the amendment, so would you like to speak on it?
Just to say thank you for the debate. It's been very full, and therefore I do not feel I need to add anything extra. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, you're going to wind up your amendment, and then Councillor Cox will speak.
Yeah, can I just clarify, I haven't done it for a while, do I get the 3 minutes, or... Okay, if it could start again, that'd be great.
Starting now,
so,
Mark.
thank you. Yeah, firstly, like to welcome and thank colleagues for their contributions. I mean, I think it's very clear to see there is a lot of discontent about the motion as originally posed, and, you know, it's really clear that people want this to be done properly. The Charter Trustees did not approve the Civic Centre option for a very good reason, because they were at that point Charter Trustees hats on, and all they could talk about was Charter Trustees business. What they said, what the working group said to officers, was that the decision about the use of the Civic Centre and disposal, whatever, should be a decision of councillors with that hat on, and therefore this is the proper forum for that discussion, as well as the the various committees it has been through. The members of the administration and their colleagues who've spoken, Councillor Tarlan, Burton, Brown, they all were talking about cost and wrecking motions, but this needn't delay the process that originally proposed at all, because it's still allowing for the soft market testing to go ahead. What it's saying is that you go through a proper process where we understand, so that members can understand the vertical slice, which they weren't given full details of when it was originally proposed, and that proper discussions take place with the coroners and consideration as to whether the community and funding could be arranged. The real, how long we got, 3 or 4 months perhaps in soft market testing, we should be able to go through that process in that time. A lot of us in this council, the more you get deeper into it, the more you get frustrated that the slow progress that in some areas you know, because of process and clunky organisation and just sometimes a lack of willingness to do the extra work needed to do a proper job. And as I'd say to Councillor Cox, that your role here is to accept, you know, to say to the officers, you know, we can do this in this time frame, please do that, and accept that, you know, this does not delay you in determining whether the disposal should happen. What it does is simply expose it to a proper democratic process whereby the full council actually makes the decision and makes that decision knowing the facts, the full facts about the vertical slice and the potential use of that building, that part of the building. Thank you. And I would remind you that I did ask for a recorded vote at the first time around.
Councillor Canavan, you're waving, but we have finished the debate.
No, it's only to reiterate that the request had been made for a recorded vote, which I'd like to support.
Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do like your amendment, actually. I think it's a fair amendment, but I don't agree with it. But just moving to one of the things you did state at the beginning is that the coroners are going into a building which we don't own. We do own. So that is wrong. And so it's wrong of you to use that in this instance. In terms of all of these people wanting this, particularly the Conservatives, wanting this decision to come back to Council, how many times did the Conservatives let us have a decision on anything? It always went to the leader, actually. It went to the leader. Yes, it did. It went to the leader in association with the Director of Finance. So it was actually the leader that was making the decision. And now suddenly they're all converts to the fact that it has to go this has to go to Council. It's rubbish. And actually it will just delay matters massively. If we pass this motion, I can guarantee you this will not happen this year. It will be another year's time. And I completely agree with your frustration about the way the time things. And that's a perfect example of what will happen. If we pass this motion, then nothing will happen. This won't get sold. We're going to pay another £250,000 for another year with, I was going to use a swear word then, but with nothing happening. Absolutely nothing, or very little happening. And we will still be paying the cost. So actually, whilst I have some sympathy for you and some sympathy for this motion and the way it's worded, I don't agree with it because actually I'm far more exercised on making sure that we can balance the books. And Councillor Allen actually said, I think it was something about, we just need a bit more time. We've had 5 years. You know, how much more time do we need? It's ridiculous that the amount of time that we've taken over this particular asset. It should stop. We should actually get rid of it and sell it and make it sure that it's used for the purpose in which we want it to be used for. I don't want to particularly use it for anything other than what would be right for the people of Poole. I'm not trying to sell it off to the highest bidder, which Councillor Broadhead has just admitted to, that he would want it sold to the highest bidder. That's what he wants. I know you don't want that, and I know a lot of people don't want that, but that's what he will want. He will want the highest bidder, and that's wrong. We should use this. Make sure that this site is used for the purposes in which we want it to be done, and that's housing development and some sort of commercial use. So I'm sorry, Mark, I can't agree with your amendment, and so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Now, councillors, we've been asked to agree to a recorded vote. Can I have a show of hands on that? Yes, that's agreed. Right, we're going to the vote on Councillor Howell's amendment.
Okay, yep, so I'll do it through the names. So this is the vote on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Howell to the substantive motion proposed by Councillor Cox. So if you are in favour of Councillor Howell's amendment, please vote for, or you can vote against or abstain. So Councillor Cameron Adams? For. Councillor Sue Aitkenhead?
For.
Councillor Hazel Allen?
For.
Councillor Marcus Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Sarah Armstrong? Thank you. Councillor Julie Bagwell? Councillor Stephen Bartlett? Councillor John Beasley? For. Councillor Philip Broadhead?
For.
Councillor David Brown?
Against.
Councillor Olivia Brown?
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton?
Against.
Councillor Judy Butt? Councillor Patrick Canavan?
For.
Councillor Sharon Carr-Brown? Thank you.
For.
Thank you. Councillor John Challoner?
For.
Councillor Adrian Chapman-Law?
Against.
Councillor Eleanor Connolly?
For.
Councillor Peter Cooper?
For.
Councillor Mike Cox? Councillor Leslie Dedman?
Against.
Councillor David Dorton Gibson?
For.
Councillor Michelle Dower?
Against. Oh, for.
Are you sure?
Which is it?
Okay. Councillor Millie Earle?
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards? Councillor George Farquhar?
For.
Councillor Dwayne Farr?
For.
Councillor Anne Filer?
For.
Councillor David Flagg? Councillor Matthew Gillett?
Against.
Councillor Crispin Goodall? Councillor Andy Hadley?
For.
Councillor Jeff Hanna? Councillor Emily Harman?
Against.
Councillor Richard Herrett? Thank you. Councillor Paul Hilliard? Thank you. Councillor Brian Hitchcock? For. Councillor Mark Howell?
For.
Councillor Alistair Keddy, sorry.
For.
Councillor Marion Lepedvin?
Against.
Councillor Sandra Macro?
For.
Councillor Rachel Maidment?
Against.
Councillor Andy Martin? Councillor David Martin? Councillor Gillian Martin?
For.
Councillor Jamie Martin?
For.
Councillor Simon McCormack? Councillor Pete Miles? Councillor Sandra Moore? Councillor Karen Rampton? Councillor Felicity Rice?
For.
Councillor Judy Richardson?
Against.
Councillor Chris Rigby?
Abstain.
Councillor Joe Salmon?
For.
Councillor Kate Salmon?
For.
Councillor Peter Sidaway?
Against.
Councillor Paul Slade? Councillor Michael Tarling? Councillor Tony Trent?
For.
Councillor Oliver Waters?
Against.
Councillor Lawrence Williams?
For.
Councillor Kieran Wilson? Councillor Gavin Wright? And hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to vote and I haven't missed anybody given the absences. Okay, thank you. Let me just check.
Yes. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to give us the figures.
Thank you, Chairman. That amendment was carried with 35 voting for, 26 against and 3 abstentions.
Councillors, Leader.
Can I check, Chair, are we going back to the substantive? Now? Sorry, amended substantive. I was just going to suggest we get on and have an actual vote because I don't want to be discussing this anymore.
New motion, which is the amended.
So, councillors, we are now going to go back to the debate, which is the recommendations. Recommendation A still stands, but our computer's gone. Recommendation B is now the amendment. Is that right? I think it is.
Yes.
So, and I did have a list. Can I? Yeah. Councillor Broadhead.
Could I put forward that the motion now be put? I think we've had extensive debate on this, what the leader just said, so I'd like to move that the motion now be put directly to the vote. I forget exactly which part of the Constitution that is in, but it is one of the accepted parts. Thank you.
Was that you, Councillor Butt? Yes.
It was indeed.
Good, thank you. So we vote on that? Yeah. Yes. All in favour of going straight to the... that looks like everybody, including me. So, councillors, sorry, as I understand it, we've, from here, we are now voting on the first bit, A, and the second bit, which is now Councillor Howell's amendment. Okay, right. I've got that straight, so I'm sure everybody else has had it straight for a long time. There we go. So, all in favour of the recommendation as it stands. Councillor Broadhead, what's wrong now?
Could I request a recorded vote, please? Because I know that the... okay, fine. I withdraw my request for a recorded vote.
Right, councillors, does anybody else want to request anything? Just go straight to the vote with, first of all, a show of hands in favour.
Is there anybody else? Sorry?
Any against or abstentions?
Two abstentions.
2 abstentions. Thank you, Councillor. Yes. Councillors, I'm thinking that we now really need a comfort break, but can we make sure that we come back by 22? Thank you very much, councillors. And we're back to the agenda. Item 9, from Cabinet 2nd of October, minute 59, Community Governance Review of BCP Council Area. Councillor Millie Earle, in fact, leader, I understand you'll move the recommendation and Councillor Andy Martin will second the move. So I call on the leader.
Thank you. Across the BCP Council area, we have 5 parishes which each have their own councils that sit below BCP. Every 10 to 15 years or so, areas should review their governance arrangements to consider the needs of communities and whether there are any improvements to be made to reflect the changes we've experienced since the last one. When local government reorganisation was forced upon residents of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, Christchurch made the decision to create town and parish councils, and therefore they have a level of local democracy that doesn't exist in Poole and Bournemouth. Instead, the 2 towns were given a charter trustee arrangement to look after the civic side of the town's histories, but with limited powers beyond the mayoralties. This seemingly interim position needs to be reconsidered and the imbalance of the democratic makeup of our 3 towns and the communities within them properly addressed. The review can consider the creation, abolition, merging and altering of existing parish councils and any subsequent electoral arrangements. New parish councils may be created as a result of the geography of an area, the makeup of the local community or sense of identity. This kick-starts the process of reviewing those arrangements, and I'm really pleased residents will have the opportunity to bring forward their ideas on how we can improve democracy on a more local level. The review will also include establishing a politically balanced task and finish group of BCP Council members who will make recommendations to Council based on the submissions from communities across our towns. Thank you.
Councillor Andy Martin, you're going to second, I believe.
I am, thank you, Chair, and I will speak now, if that's okay. I'm obviously very pleased to second this on the basis that I represent a Christchurch ward, and as the leader has just mentioned, there are sort of 4 parish councils in covering the whole of Christchurch. The 2 which are long established, Herne and Burton, and 2 which are newcomers really, so Christchurch Town Council, and of course last but foremost, Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council. The report before you, before members here, I just want to talk about Christchurch first of all, talks about, suggests that there's a possibility of merging or altering the parish boundaries within Christchurch. I was going to say that my colleagues, I'm sure would agree with me, but most of them aren't here now. But anyway, my colleagues, I'm sure, would agree with me, and I'm sure my fellow ward councillor in Highcliffe would, that we probably don't really want any more tinkering around with local government reforming, even to the extent of the minor extent of parishes in Christchurch. I think if we ask residents of Christchurch about messing about with the parish boundaries or the town council boundaries, they'd probably give us a short reply. There are clearly huge challenges and huge opportunities in parishing, and I am aware that across a number of areas in BCP, in Bournemouth and Poole, some residents have wished they'd done this when we did it 5 years ago. Opportunities, I can give you a really good example. Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council is working with BCP to spend probably around £200,000 split between the two authorities to improve our paths. So we had a parish councillor here earlier on, that time's going down quickly, isn't it? Talking about his personal project, the steps. Who knows? In future, we may be able to do that. Frustrations, there are many on the parish councils, not least sometimes the relationship with BCP, and of course, I may have mentioned this before, that we have tried to get the recreation ground coming over to the parish council. It's taken 5 years, and we're still not there yet. So, just wrapping up really very quickly, opportunities and challenges, the risks, in my view, if we have a lot of areas that want to do governance, want to do parishing, have we in this council got the resources to do that? in democratic services, in legal, and all the services that will be needed to make this happen. And finally, I'll just say there'll be a big communications thing here, because some people will for every one person who wants a parish in their area, there'll be 10 people saying, no more local councils, no more local tax, and why do we want more councillors? I mean, who needs more councillors? So I think there's a big comms job to do here, and I think those of us who support parishes would really think that we've all got a role to play in that. So thank you, Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Members, do I have any speakers on minute 59? Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I think Councillor Hadley signalled first, but I'm happy to go first. Just say that having spent a year as mayor and a year as deputy mayor attending various civic days in and around Dorset at my own expense, dare I say, also being Poole Charter Trustees representative on the Association of Charter Trustee Towns, I've had quite a broad picture of what the situation is in different areas, and also I've received a lot of comments from members of the public that feel that there's a democratic deficit in Poole. But I think what also needs to be said in all this, and this is why I think the Andy Martin's comments about good quality comms needs to be put in place, because we need to tell people what it is and what it isn't. It isn't talking about something that's going to replace BCP Council. It isn't something with masses of powers and so on, if that was the option that they went down. But I think it's up to us to put in a even-handed and balanced way all of the various options, and I think we need to make an effort as individual councillors in our areas to do that, not sort of, you know, kind of prejudge or anything, although, you know, I'm inclined towards one way forward, but, you know, I don't want to prejudge the way forward. But I do think that we need good quality comms, and it is an opportunity for people, and we heard earlier on about the issues that people feel in Poole, that they feel that they're being done to, that they're not part of it. This is actually something that gives the people of Poole, which is obviously where my main interest is in all of this, the option to say what they want and what they don't want. And I don't think it's going to be the same solution for every part of BCP. I think there are some areas which will quite like to maintain charter trusts, other areas that would like parish councils, other areas that might like to align with areas that they aren't part of now in a sort of a very localised sense. So I do feel that we need to put this, but do good quality comms that sets out the options in a easily understandable way and says what it is and what it isn't. Because I've seen some very successful examples of town councils. I've seen some more mediocre examples. But I do think that people need to be given the option and be told what it all involves. So I fully support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. I believe Councillor Hadley was next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Trent stole my place and my thunder. I think there is something about a democratic deficit, and certainly I spend quite a bit of time in various parts of Dorset and seen how some of the town councils are able to do some of those services that we've had to say, I'm sorry, we haven't got the money to do, because we've had to concentrate rightly on things like social care and housing and the important things for the unitary authority to deal with. Neighbourhood forums in some parts of BCP have put an awful lot of effort into preparing plans and responding to planning, but they have very little power. And our charter trustees, we are always told what we can't do, what events we can't facilitate and what we can't support. I don't want to see multiple layers of bureaucracy, but I do want to see some of the things that people value in a local area being able to be supported in ways that we as BCP are unable to support because of the financial constraints that are placed upon us, including our ability to raise taxes. And that is something that when I talked to a council leader in Cornwall, that they were able to pass those things over to parishes or community councils in order to be able to support. So some of the problems we've had, obviously, with paddling pools, as an example, is something that in Christchurch, the town council were able to pick that up. We still haven't got solutions elsewhere that are sustainable into the long term, and we will continue to have problems with those. So I think having this discussion about what do people want in terms of those local community councils is a really important one, and I very much support this. Thank you.
Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not able to support this paper, however, I will be abstaining, and there's a few reasons for that. As the leader has pointed out, what this isn't is a decision on whether to parish the area or not. It is a commencement of a process, the community governance review, and I get that. I understand that. I think it is probably overdue that we need to do that piece of work, particularly if they come forward piecemeal. However, what I don't like to date is the kind of the done deal nature of a lot of this, because I do think, and we will have this debate at another time, it feels like we are being essentially pushed into a particular outcome of this. Now, I don't have a particular view too much against town or parish councils. In fact, in areas of particularly rural geography, I do think that they can fill a democratic deficiency, partly because of the geography. I'm less convinced on an urban footprint, because again, what are we here to do as councillors? So just adding a whole other layer. That's not the real reason I have an issue with it. My main issue is it's not free. There is a cost to this. First of all, there's a cost to this process. This process is £100,000. It says in the paper that's money that apparently we need, and so other things I'm sure we could be spending that on. But also, it could be much more in tax for local people for another layer, which I would be supportive of if they were absolutely going to get more from that other layer. But as we've heard from one of the cabinet members here, there is an expectation that what will actually end up happening is it will be an excuse for BCP not to do the things that it should be doing. So the consequence of that will be local people, local residents paying more money in council tax for essentially the same service. So I'm deeply, deeply suspicious of this plan. I know we will have a time later on to debate that as well as the working group, but for that reason I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councillor Howell stole one of my sandwiches there, which was the splash park. So for £46 in Christchurch, you get a splash park, you get an upgraded cricket facilities, and you get a car park that we're buying, obviously, from BCP. Thank you very much. There are lots of advantages. I take on board what Councillor Broadhead says. Yeah, there is a cost to it, and that's £46. I honestly don't hear on the doorsteps that often, or are we really worried about the cost of your town council when you see the whole council tax bills. In fact, I think we're cheaper than the firemen, if I seem to recall right on my bill. So, yeah, we do cost more. And when you say democratic, well, I wouldn't say we're always democratic either, but we tend to be on Christchurch Town Council fairly non-political. We don't whip, we don't have anything, and it is very community-based. And I'd encourage this. I will support this to say that it's going to open up your chance to do more in your communities if you decide to be a parish or town councillor. But we've got to do a piece of work first of all to find out where we're going to parish. Is it going to be Kinston and Winton? Is it going to be Charminster? Is it going to be Hamworthy and Winton parish together? Who knows? I think somebody mentioned here some odd parishing, but it's the consultation process, and obviously it's not for me, as I can sit here quite smugly and say I'm already a town councillor, but it's a great thing, and I actually get probably more of a kick out of being a town councillor than a BCP councillor. Not the same allowances, though, I have to say, but thank you very much.
Councillor excuse me, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple of things on this. I just want to be really clear. Going back to 2023, when we were all last elected, we had a confidence and support agreement with the administration, which part of that was to look at putting a governance review in place. And that agreement expired in May this year. So since then, we've not had that arrangement in place, but I'm glad to see a governance review coming forward still, albeit not the governance review which we particularly wanted to see as Greens. We were wanting to see a review into how BCP Council itself was run, and that was whether that would be a committee system or continuing with the leader and cabinet system, and that's still something which we want to see coming forwards. However, I do see some value in starting this process as well, because I'm all for devolving democracy as much as we can and getting as much resident engagement as we possibly can do, and trying to engage people with local politics and what that really means. And I think this is a step in the right direction to do it, even if it is the case of putting forward, do we want to parish areas of Bournemouth, whether it's Winton or Kinston or whatever, what's that going to cost to the average resident each year? Is it going to be 46 quid, but we can have a splash pool, or we can get our parks sorted out? Or are we happy with how things are? That's the question, and that's what I'm seeing this as going out to do, and seeing how much involvement and how much people want to be able to pick up the bills for the things that we as BCP aren't delivering at the moment. And I've seen reports across various town and parish councils going out at the moment where they're saying, well, do we want to continue, for example, free car parking? This is how much extra it's going to cost you in a precept each year if you want to continue town centre car parking for free. Do you want to pay that in a precept, or do you want to pay that every time you drive and park? These are the kind of questions that we can start asking our residents, so I think that engagement can only be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Cooper, I believe you indicated.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly. My friends in Stroud Parish Council and town councillors report back really positive things about how you can improve services, albeit on a micro scale, to the local community. But having said that, it's those things that are really important, and this is things like emptying the bins and making the streets nice and having the parks cleaned and look nice, and a little bit of autonomy in that way. So I kind of welcome this, but also in terms of local democracy and the devolution of power, that's where I think we need to be going more and more within our parliamentary politics, but also in our local government. So I support this motion. And it'll get more bins emptied, maybe get our parks, some of our parks a little bit more tidy, hopefully. Thank you. Oh, and an increase in cost? That's great, as long as the services that they receive as a consequence of the increase in costs meet the quality of services that they receive. Thank you.
Councillor Salmon and then Councillor Walton.
So I'm generally in favour of this paper, but I do have a couple of reservations, a couple of concerns. So we heard from many residents tonight how frustrated they were that the Bournemouth Charter trustees were unable to even make a decision on the de-twinning. And what I would not like to see is that decision become postponed because it becomes wrapped up in the governance review. And so it was nice to hear assurances from Millie that that won't happen, and the Charter trustees, or maybe I've misunderstood, and so I would like clarification on that. I do not want a decision on de-twinning with Netanya to be delayed by this governance review process. I also think, looking at the paper, one thing that's omitted is the absolute shambolic job that was done when the Charter trustees were originally set up. We've ended up with two bodies, Poole Charter trustees and Bournemouth Charter trustees, that aren't legally functional. Now, that is totally unacceptable. And what I find missing from this paper is any kind of explanation as to how that happened and how we would avoid that second time round. I really don't want us to be in the same place in a few years' time when we finish this governance review and we think we've set up these lovely new shining democratic bodies, and yet again we've not crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's and nothing works. I really think that is something that we need to look back on. We should be looking at, as part of this process, how we got setting up these bodies so wrong the first time round. And if we exclude that from our pre-analytic vision, I fear we risk making those same mistakes again. Because, frankly, that was one of the most embarrassing moments I've ever been involved in, where we had residents desperate for us to make a decision, and we're told, oh, because a few years ago people didn't do their homework properly, you can't even discuss this. That was awful. So, yeah, I wanted that touched on in this document, and I was sad it wasn't.
Councillor Waters.
Yeah, just to point out that this isn't proposing that we're actually going to get these things. If you hate the idea of town councils and parish councils, you should vote for this so we can put it to the people. If you love the idea of town councils and parish councils, you should vote for this. This is just starting the process. If you honestly believe these things shouldn't happen or should happen, that's on us to go and knock on doors and convince people that one way is better than the other. This is just giving people a voice. So I think everyone, pro or against councils, extra councils, more bureaucrats, or extra services, lovely things, should vote for this.
Councillor David Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to echo from what Councillor Andy Martin has talked about in regards to the experiences that we have in Highcliffe and Watford Council. This is resident engagement. You know, our residents won't necessarily travel to tonight's to get an understanding of what's happening across BCP, but they do tend to understand what's going on in their local area. The parish enables that. The parish council also enables investment in community-based initiatives, whether that be music festivals, food and arts festivals, toddler groups, grants for local churches, whatever that might be, to support our local community. BCP is supposed to be an enabling council, but actually what we tend to find is that we don't make it easy for our residents. And actually the parish is there to do that and does that consistently, certainly in our ward. I can only speak for that I'm involved with as a town councillor as well. Councillor Broadhead talks about more councillors and sort of what are we elected to do or the part that we play. Our town councillors will look at us as their BCP representatives to be that middleman or person, so to speak, to communicate with BCP. As I say, we don't make it easy for our community. So it's been a fantastic parish to be a part of. It's doing fantastic things for our local residents, and they are fully engaged and fully on board. And I cannot support these opportunities for our residents to be involved and for us to support them as well. And I have to agree. I was going to not speak because Councillor Walter's summing up there was brilliant. So I'm agreeing with what he's saying. If you are for or against, you should vote so we can put this to bed and get it done one way or the other in your local area. Thank you.
Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wasn't going to speak on this, but having heard the debate, I think I will support this paper, but I have to say that I'm saddened that I will support it. And I'm sad because I feel I'm being forced into another way of funding traditional council services, that the services are no longer being supplied or provided in the traditional way which our residents expect. And there are lots of reasons for that. We understand the pressures local government have had by reducing the general grant, etc. But that's left a spiral of decline in some areas of our towns and areas that people really notice and are really saddened about. They will certainly resist the fact that maybe they will be asked for maybe a parish precept to help. But I think if we want to take a pride in our areas and maintain the sorts of facilities that we've heard about our splash pools, about our parks, then frankly, we're not going to have any other choice. And that's why I'm sad that I feel I have to go that way, because this business about an enabling council is just going too far. What that actually means is hiving off all the things the council's been responsible for in the past to charities and other organisations, so they will take on the financial responsibility for it. I'm saddened that that has now happened, because it wasn't very long ago that it wasn't like that. So with that, I will support the paper. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
That was quick. Actually, I agree with Councillor Bartlett really on that. I was just going to speak briefly that I support this in terms of listening to the voice of communities and devolving down to the sort of lowest level for decision making. But I'm really concerned that a lot of people see the advantages of this of creating another layer as really a way of circumventing the impact of inadequate funding for the local authority from central government. And the answer isn't to set up new bodies to circumvent the lack of funding, it's actually to make sure central government adequately fund local authorities to deliver the services they're expected to deliver. And I wanted to correct Councillor Broadhead in something he said. He's a bit concerned that it'd be a reason for BCP to not do the things that it should be doing. No, it could be a reason for the BCP not to do the things that it is no longer funded to deliver. Not that it should be doing, but it's no longer adequately funded to deliver that after 14 years of austerity and massive cuts in central government funding. And so I agree with Councillor Bartlett that yeah, I'd be concerned if we just did this purely to circumvent the lack of funding that we get from national government.
Councillor Farquhar. Did you not indicate?
No, it's Councillor Howell.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor Howell, then.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologise, the tone of your voice, there's a heavy sigh with that. Yeah, I'd just like to say that I think this is a really good process, and hopefully it will be done thoroughly. And I haven't made up my mind on this yet, and be very interested to hear what other colleagues have to say on it, and members of the public. What I would say in response to Councillor Bartlett is, we have to accept the financial situation that we are in, and that the town councils, parishes can be a way of funding play parks and other community facilities, which frankly, despite lots of councillors campaigning for this, in reality hasn't been delivered and is not likely to be delivered in the near future. What I would ask, though, the portfolio holder, is to consider the special expenses provisions that I referred to earlier, and to make sure that they're incorporated within the debate. So most people, I imagine, are not aware of this. I only discovered this because I was speaking to a High Wycombe charter trustee a few weeks ago. But basically, where an authority has a parish or town council in part of its area, but not in other parts of the area, those other parts of the area can charge their own precept to cover the items that are being delivered by that parish. So what would happen is that there would be separate committees. So you could have a pool committee and a Bournemouth committee in the council that would be responsible for, setting the precepts within the overall council budget and deciding on their own decisions in their areas as to how to support things like play parks and community rooms. So I think that needs to be incorporated in the briefings that officers present to councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this? No. Right. Can you sum up then, please, Leader?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. It's interesting listening, and I'm glad that people are indicating that they would keep an open mind going into this process, because I don't think that it is something we should preempt. This is more about residents considering whether the current democratic structure that we have is adequate or not, rather than saying whether whether we support town councils in this instance, because I don't know what to think yet, because I haven't actually asked my residents what they feel about this, and that's where the review will come in. I did just want to say, for me, there is a level of democratic deficit that I personally feel as in my community, and that we have this enormous council, and something that a lot of us felt really uneasy about when it was being created. We're the 12th largest unitary authority in the country. We have a huge remit, and actually we don't have, I don't feel that there is a level of devolution that we've quite hit the mark on yet. And I would agree with Councillor Cooper and what he said about devolving. It's not just about government devolving, it's about us being able to reliably and meaningfully devolve decision making to communities, so they make decisions on their own, on the elements of what they do. I don't want to get caught up in the debate about funding at the minute, because again, I think it's a little bit too early until we've actually asked the question. But I did just want to assure Councillor Bartlett that I have written to Angela Rayner, as Councillor Cox said earlier. I've also been working within our networks across local government, like Local Government Association, for example, and I've been lobbying the MPs. This is not about fixing the crisis in local government funding. This is about trying to instill a level of democracy for residents, which maybe isn't there yet. It doesn't mean we give up on that fight to raise our cause with government and make sure that they are listening to the crisis in children's care services, in adult social care, in all the areas that we are struggling to fund as a local authority, and that we basically, not because we can't charge more council tax, but because we have had money stripped away over 14 years of austerity. I just wanted to address Councillor Joe Salmon, on detwinning. Just to be absolutely clear, we are awaiting the KC advice, so we're awaiting advice on whether the decision sits with the Charter Trustees or somewhere else. Once we've got that advice, we'll be able to know what that advice is and then know what to do with it. It's not a case of not wanting to do it. We don't know what the advice is yet, and they might say, actually, there's no way of resolving it or something. So we'll just have to see what that says. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate the debate, and I'm glad that there is, it sounds like there's general support about this, and I look forward to hearing the recommendations from the working group once residents have had a chance to really get stuck in and put in their submissions for what they think the future of BCP should look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Right, we're going to go to the vote. I'm going to ask for a show of hands on this. So all in favour? Thank you. Against? Oh. Abstaining? 8, 9, 10. Thank you, that's carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Item 10, Cabinet, 2nd of October 2024, minute number 60. This is the council-owned company's shareholder governance review. Councillor Hannah is going to move the recommendation and the leader will second. And can I just say that we are talking to the recommendations only. So, Councillor Hannah. Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This item follows on from a decision taken at Cabinet in January, endorsed by the Audit and Governance Committee, to clarify and define the roles and decision-making arrangements for council-owned companies. The principles were discussed and agreed at the time, and officers have now set these out in the detailed governance framework and guidance, which now come to this evening's council meeting for approval to be added to the council's constitution. One of those principles was that to provide for separation of roles and responsibilities, councillors would no longer be nominated to the boards of council-owned companies, and that the council's nominees would in future be officers with the relevant expertise in the area the company is commissioned to deliver. That would not mean that councillors would immediately be removed from the boards. There would be no immediate change. There's a need for dialogue with the boards, inviting each of them to consider the composition of their own company board. The general principle is that elected members should decide policy and should ensure that the work the boards are commissioned to carry out on our behalf is clearly set out in the first instance and reviewed, updated and amended. and that the council-owned companies then deliver the services required of them with suitably experienced and skilled board members responsible for doing so. That principle was questioned at Cabinet on the 2nd of October, not least by Councillor Mark Howell, followed by further email correspondence, and I'm grateful to him for his persistence on the issue. In discussion with the monitoring officer, it does seem that there might be circumstances where a company board might wish to retain councillor representation for good reason, but the framework set out as Appendix 2 would prevent this and would nevertheless require officers to be nominated as and when positions were to be filled. This restriction is set out on page 4 of the framework, the white numbering on the bottom right of each page, or page 111 of the agenda. It currently reads, for clarification, BCP councillors will not be appointed by BCP Council to boards of council companies. In the light of Councillor Howell's concerns, and with advice from the monitoring officer and the chief executive, I'm formally proposing that in agreeing the recommendation little a, we do so subject to that sentence being amended to read instead, for clarification, BCP councillors will not normally be nominated by BCP Council to boards of council companies. The insertion of the word normally allows for nominations of councillors to boards still to be made. As boards review their own composition, they will be enabled to make the case for councillor representation. The amendment will enable councillors to be nominated and serve on a council-owned company board where this is felt appropriate by the board. There will remain a preference for council representation on boards to be appropriately skilled and experienced professional officers, reporting back to the council's shareholders operations board. But future nominations to the boards will be in the light of the views expressed by the individual company boards. Regardless of the composition of an individual board, elected members will still be able to make use of the scrutiny process to review performance and make recommendations as they see fit. I hope that that goes some way to reassure and ask Council to agree the recommendation with the amendment to the framework that I have proposed and which I hope Council will accept for further debate. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Leader, you were going to second.
Yes, happy to second, but I'll reserve my right to speak.
So now we have Councillor Hannah. I think you've changed the motion, have you? So that needs voting on, I believe.
Yes, it's consent of council.
Okay.
Without further debate.
Do we agree that that can go through?
Yep.
Thank you. Righty-ho. Councillors, anybody wishing to speak? Councillor Bartlett. Councillor who? Oh, Councillor Bartlett first.
Thank you. Appendix 1 on page 124 of the report's agenda pack, which is page 17 of the report itself, it details the flowchart of the shareholder governance arrangements. Scrutiny arrangements are shown to be directly to the Cabinet as the shareholder, and the corresponding council company block on the diagram states company has no role at scrutiny. Presenting scrutiny reports concerning council company is a shareholder role carried out by portfolio holders and officers. This process fails to recognise the independence of the overview and scrutiny function, which has the powers to invite officers of the authority to attend before it to answer questions, where it is also the duty of any officer required to attend an overview and scrutiny meeting to do so and answer questions if required. This would apply to officers who are appointed as directors of council-owned companies should overview and scrutiny require this. The process also fails to recognise that ONS committees have the power to review or scrutinise decisions made or other action taken in connection with the discharge of any function which are not the responsibility of the executive. This would include decisions made by the board of a company where the authority has 100% ownership. Out with the legal aspects of these points, I would ask members to consider that if they wish to scrutinise the activity of a 100% owned company, how could this be achieved by asking questions of a shareholder who is not privy to the decisions being made by the company directors? So I cannot support this paper.
Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, this is a really, really odd report, and I'm not really sure that many councillors realise what we're actually being asked to give up. Firstly, I'd ask, what is the purported justification for this change to remove councillor representation on the council's owned companies? In the report, reference is made to Future Places, which is really strange because Future Places is the only council-owned company that was intended not to have councillors on its board. The leader, deputy leader and chief executive officer were board members initially with the sole purpose of setting the company up and appointing the independent chairman, the late great Lord Kerslake, who then appointed an independent board of experts. And at that point, the councillors and CEO stood back from the board. That was the firm plan in the business case, and that happened within 9 months. So it clearly can't be a response to Future Places. So why are we being asked to approve this change for the council's other 6 companies? Is it because it hasn't worked? Well, I'd argue clearly it has. All of those companies have consistently performed well, in my view, precisely because our elected councillors are there to oversee, scrutinise and keep them honest. And remember, they don't get paid for this role, they do this for free as extra. Instead, this new plan not only takes away all of that accountability, but it actually also stops the cross-party nature of this work. So currently, councillors from an array of parties sit on these boards. This new plan before us has 3 Liberal Democrats, that's it, on the new, rarely meeting advisory board. So not only will we be losing directly elected accountability of these companies and replacing it with 3 councillors on an advisory board, but this will be one party. And that's notwithstanding the points that Councillor Bartlett has made about the scrutiny arrangements. So, colleagues, this is quite simply solving a problem that doesn't exist, and it actually just makes the situation considerably worse. I've yet to hear anybody who has sat as a councillor on one of these boards argue for this new plan. I think the plan and the way it has worked has been working. Instead, this takes away accountability, not improves it, and therefore, like Councillor Bartlett, I cannot support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howell.
I thank Councillor Hannah for his amendment after I pointed out in correspondence, as he suggested, that the constitutional changes appeared to be drafted in a way that prevented councillors from being appointed to the boards of companies. But I don't think his amendments are strong enough because it still says it's not going to be the norm. It is clear from the local authority company review guidance published by local partnerships that a board consisting only of councillors would be inappropriate only of officers would be inappropriate because it would not deliver the diversity of experience and skills that are needed to meet best practice. Contrary to the impression given to the Audit and Governance Committee in January in the papers presented to it, the guidance does not in any way suggest that it is inappropriate for councillors to sit on boards or that it is preferable for officers to sit in their place. The challenges that face officers and councillors in such positions are the same, predominantly revolving around a potential conflict of interest between the council and the company. This review process was prompted by dissatisfaction with the council's wholly owned subsidiary BCP Future Places Limited, which is in the process of being struck off. The company, which was set up by a previous administration, spent too much money too early on too many projects and as a result presented a major liability to the council without promising to deliver significant regeneration. Having been involved in the decisions to close down the company, I can assure you that its failings were not due to the presence of non-executive councillors on its board. The actual reasons were the influence of a dominating council leader and the failure of officers to put in proper processes to protect the interests of the council. The report to the Audit Committee admits this last point by saying the council's shareholder team was reduced due to budgetary pressures from the initially envisaged team of 6 to 2. Also, the council effectively removed any regeneration expertise from the shareholder side when the company was established. This created difficulties for the council in performing the shareholder role, both in terms of capacity and in terms of commissioning expertise and support for members. I have always fought for the recognition of the value that members bring to the council delivery processes through formal and informal scrutiny, guidance and relationship building with third parties. I perceive there to be an attempted power grab by officers aimed at increasing their control rather than establishing a proper and effective governance and delivery system. The Chief Executive and Chief Financial Officer neglected their obligations to set up a proper monitoring and support processes, thereby leaving the door open for the company to waste millions of pounds of council tax receipts. It would therefore surely be folly to suggest that the way to avoid such a situation reoccurring is to allow officers more scope for managing these companies away from the scrutinising eyes of councillors. I should say that my comments are no reflection on the attitudes or performance of the new COO. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? Councillor Dalton. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear from the start, I do hold two of the relevant roles as both sitting on BDC and the Seascape Group, as I declared at the beginning. But I put it in that I would say it anyway, just to make that clear. I put in the time to do those as I believe that I can add value to that process, and I commit my own time to do this. Although apparently innocuous, I believe that this agenda item is probably in principle one of the most important ones that we'll discuss. Why? Because it addresses a fundamental question, and that question is whether we as councillors are here to run the council, make that strategic direction, or whether that's the role of officers. When we meet with these companies, Seascape, for example, we met on Monday, we are there looking at those strategic issues. That is not the role of officers. I've been asked about the role of being a councillor on many times, and one of the simple ways I've found of communicating that is to explain that we're a bit like a director in a company. We don't do the doing, but we are there in order to set that direction. And I have to say that that makes it seem incredibly appropriate that we are the ones who do hold those director roles. In this proposal, we are effectively being asked to stop being directors, to be replace those people with officers. And I have to say there are two elements around that. One is obviously the strategic direction, which I've already said sits with us as councillors. But the second one is it's very difficult for officers to challenge other officers in the way we can. You know, we in the board meeting with Seascape this week, I was a bit horrified to hear that we're not currently pursuing any tenants for their rent arrears through court. This is to do with a legal challenge by Shelter, who are saying the company is too close to the council. So now we're getting rid of people who are not employees of the council, because as councillors we're not employed, and we're going to put officers who are on. Surely that's moving the company even closer to the council, risking even more challenge as to whether it's independent. That has all sorts of implications, because obviously if you can prove it's close enough, you end up giving the right to buy to people and all those further things. I also don't think that, as councillors we do it for nothing. If we replace all the councillors with officers, and again, one has to assume they're going to be reasonably senior officers in order to be able to challenge, the sort of line managers of the different elements, then that's going to add cost. We're just saying today how much we need to save money. Actually, we save money. We also save money by not setting up these two bodies that are proposed in the paper, because we don't have them at the moment, so we're not paying officers to spend time doing those roles. As I said, do not overlook the importance of this debate. We fundamentally have to decide, do the councillors set the direction of this council, or do we hand it to officers? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Joe Salmon.
Oh, I was fairly convinced by David. I think I've just got to point out I'm on the board of BDC, and I think in this paper it says I'm on Tricuro. We probably need to correct that, because I'm definitely not on Tricuro, and I sit on BDC. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I mean, there's not a huge amount to add, but I do just want to clarify that in January, this paper and the framework went through overview and scrutiny, cabinet, and audit and governance. And it seems crazy that we have councillors in this chamber who are not reading their papers and not doing the due diligence at that point to speak up at those committees. It really frustrates me that this, has gone through that process and has now come to full council when actually the input and the approval of that framework was done all the way back in January. I just want to make sure that everyone takes stock of the fact that their council role extends to committees that you may not sit on and that you still have a responsibility and an ability to go and represent at those committee meetings and be able to speak at those and basically make yourself heard. And I would really, really ask that councillors take that on board, because we have lots of meetings and it's worth just having a flick through the agenda to see if there's anything that would affect you. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Hannah, are you going to sum up? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, to say that the rationale is to ensure that those who are appointed to the boards are appropriately skilled and experienced, whilst ensuring that elected members still determine policy. It may be that some elected members do have the relevant expertise, experience and skills for particular boards, but that is not primarily why we are elected. We are elected to determine policy and the direction of the council, and that is agreed through the council procedures, primarily through cabinet, properly scrutinised by the relevant scrutiny committees. I don't entirely share the view that strategic direction by the boards should be influenced by the councillors who are currently members of those boards, because that does not enable proper scrutiny of what is being said there. The strategic direction should be provided by the way in which this council commissions the boards to undertake its work, and that process through cabinet and scrutiny is open to elected members of all parties to share in and to scrutinise. The parallel is with services that are provided in-house by our directorates, where policy is decided by elected members and officers enact that policy. We do not have joint management within directorates between elected members and officers. The boards would not be comprised solely of council officers. That is the whole point of there being council-owned companies, but we have independent members who are themselves selected for their skills and expertise so that we can bring that expertise to the process. And in the context of scrutiny, I hear Councillor Bartlett's comments. The scrutiny process would still be available and there would be clear officer information as to what is taking place in the individual council-owned companies, which those on scrutiny committees could appropriately question and explore. So on that basis, I think the model does stand the test of ensuring that we have the right skills and expertise on the boards, that members do have the opportunity to set policy and to scrutinise and to make recommendations. And I move the recommendation with the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Members, can we have a show of hands on this? All those in favour? Pretty much carried. Again, sorry, those against? Any abstentions? Right, that's carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 11, minute number 61, Hawkwood Road Community Centre Towns Fund Master Plan. Councillor Wilson, I believe you're moving a recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. The report is to approve the expenditure of funding for the full build and fit out of the community centre. A really important scheme for Boscombe and its community, and one that we are excited to bring forward. It forms a significant part of the Boscombe Towns Fund Master Plan, which seeks to regenerate this area of Bournemouth. Whilst amendments to the master plan are currently being considered, the community centre remains as outlined in the granted planning approval. The creation of a pedestrian boulevard between Christchurch Road and Hawkwood Road will accommodate the 4 retail kiosks and associated seating. This is made possible with the demolition of the former W.H. Smith's building that was purchased on the 24th of June 2024. This part of the project is being fully funded by the Boscombe Towns Fund. I do have one amendment to bring forward to the recommendations, and that is at recommendation 3. For ease, I did send it round to members during the comfort break. Hopefully you've all had a chance to have a look at it, if not. But the amendment is to do with recommendation 3. Currently, the recommendation is that Council approves entering into a service level agreement with the Council's constructions work team for the building of the community centre and pedestrian boulevard between Hawkwood Road and Christchurch Road. I would like to amend that to split it up into 2 parts to that recommendation, a 3A and a 3B. 3A being awarding of the building works to the in-house construction works team, subject to capacity and acceptable budget compliance. And B, delegation to relevant service director to undertake external procurement process should the in-house team not be able to comply with the budget or have insufficient capacity. These amendments are due to the current portfolio of work that the constructions works team have, as well as the need to require additional technical resources to deliver the complex community centre build. And we want to enable the project to maintain momentum. So this amendment is seeking to ensure flexibility to commence a procurement for an external contractor should our team not be able to take this project forward. The recommendations in the current Cabinet report did not provide sufficient flexibility in order to act quickly should this scenario arise. The amended recommendations will allow procurement to be undertaken to select a main contractor with the capacity to be responsive and deliver the technical requirements of the community centre project. By amending the recommendations, the project delivery can be flexibly designed and procured to ensure compliance with the Towns Fund grant from MHCLG. So I would like to put forward the report with my amended recommendation at 3. Thank you. And hopefully I've got a seconder somewhere. Councillor Moore is going to second me.
So, Councillor Moore, you're content to second? And
yes,
then,
that's right.
Do you want to speak now?
No.
Councillors, we need to agree to accept Councillor Wilson's amendment, which we have all got a copy of. Does Council agree to that? Yes, what number is that, Joe?
So I am going for 11.1.15. The meeting do now adjourn. It's 20 to midnight. Some of us have got to be up for work in the morning, got children who are going to be up. I think we're not going to get through the agenda. I'd quite like us to knock it on the head now. It's getting a bit late. I might be in a minority, and if I am, we'll carry on. But I think that what we're debating here is worth debating and worth debating well. I think we do it with fresher heads.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I was trying to find the thing myself, but he beat me to it.
Can we at least finish my item?
Hold on a second, we're just consulting the book.
I'd quite like to second that. I don't think we're thinking clearly. Sorry. It's not halfway.
Councillors, the Chief Executive is just going to put a point before we vote.
So technically, councillors, the motion has been put that would adjourn the meeting, and that you should then just hear that you have a seconder, you should take that motion. I just want to check whether there are any actions on here to inform you whether any outstanding decisions that we wouldn't therefore get to tonight would cause a problem for the council if we didn't decide it tonight. So, for example, item 13, minute number 63, High Needs School grant. If we don't agree that, then we don't have a budget in place to continue to spend on high needs block, and I would like to refer that to the Section 151 officer and just get a view on that before you take a decision to adjourn the meeting, because it could be that you could bring forward a couple of items, agree those quickly, and then adjourn the meeting. So if you just give us 2 minutes to run through the outstanding recommendations.